It's game night. From the Duneland to the Northwest Crossroads,
Hit hard from the backside. It is a
the Greater South Shore,
inside the 20, the 10. He will score.
and the Great Lakes.
And there he goes. Goodbye touchdown.
Our team of correspondents are covering every highlight, big play, and more.
He's got time. Look at end zone. Deflected and picked off.
From the game of the week to the beef of the week and scoreboard updates every 20 minutes, our in-studio team keeps the chains moving
First down.
until the final whistle blows. Now, time for the kickoff on Game Night.
We have reached week 10, and that means one thing. It's time for sectionals. Do or die, win or go home. It's time to start that march to the state title. This is Game Night, presented by Purdue Federal Credit Union. My name is Ben Kolodzinski, your host for the next 4 hours. Tonight we have Andrew Johnson manning the switches. Steve Schmidt will join us later with scoreboard updates. And of course, my friend and yours, the legendary coach, Wayne Svetanoff. Coach, how are you this evening?
Oh, I am ready, Ben. I am ready. It's a beautiful night for football out there.
Right.
You know, we've had a little rain in the past week, but boy, tonight the clouds just, parted. We've got the sunshine.
Yes.
And this is the time that kids are really excited.
They're fired up. The temperatures are going to be in the 50s and 60s. It's going to be dry. It did rain earlier today, but as you mentioned, the skies opened up, the clouds parted, and a choir of angels sang upon Northwest Indiana to make sure that we are having the best weekend possible for football.
Boy, when you said that, the first thing I thought of is that always happens at Notre Dame, where the skies just stop and the sunshine comes in.
Right. Something like that, right? It does not happen as often at Purdue, unfortunately. So, but we've got a really fun slate of games here today, and we're going to start off with, in my opinion, the biggest game of the week, the Sacred Dunes game of the week. That's Hobart at 7-2 at New Prairie. That's in sectional 17. This is going to be a doozy.
It really, really is. And I know you have a partiality maybe to a certain team here, New Prairie, but I think this is going to be a toss-up. 7-2, both teams are 7-2. New Prairie plays a tough schedule, but Hobart plays even a tougher one.
Yeah.
So this is going to be a really great game.
Absolutely. And, maybe I am a little bit biased, but I will never let it show because, A, I love my Hobart Brickies as well. And I want Northwest Indiana region teams to win. But for those of you who have been listening for years and my friends at home who are elbowing me and sending me text messages throughout the show, one of my best friends is the head coach of New Prairie, Coach McKim. He's one of the best coaches in Indiana, in the state of Indiana. And he's a young guy, and he's been super successful. And what he's done is he's brought New Prairie to the state finals last year. Now, unfortunately, they did end up losing that game, but they're really rolling. So this is going to be a big test for the Hobart Brickies.
And we've got the big guys out there, the important guys. Russell Broadacre, he's out there to give us, information about what's happening on the field, and this is an exciting time. Kids look forward to this.
Absolutely.
The season is over. You either won the conference patches or you didn't, and every coach in the locker room is saying to their kids, it's 0-0. I don't care what the record is.
Right.
Everything is 0-0. You have a chance to prove yourself one more time in sectional or maybe beyond.
Absolutely. And, this is the time to do it. I know that I always had a little bit of extra pep in my step when it came to sectionals, and definitely a circumstance where we need to, you let it all hang out. Now's the time to do it. So another exciting game we have today is our beef of the week, which is Andrean at LaVille. These two teams played last year, and for Andrean, it was fortuitous.
Yeah, and this is always the time, when I just said about throwing out the records, Andrean had a tough season this year. They were 3-6, and that's not an Andrean normal season.
No.
And they're going up against a LaVille team that is 8-1. I think the only loss that LaVille had was to North Judson, and that was a surprise. So this is going to be a tough one tonight. Ballantyne, the quarterback, Scotty, is going to have to be able to move the ball down the field, not just running, because LaVille is a good defensive team.
Yeah, absolutely. They've been a strong team in for the last handful of years. They've been one of the best teams here in northern Indiana. Andrean and LaVille, these are two of the toughest teams in the 2A of 2A schools here in the northern half of Indiana, and they both have a rich football history. They really know how to succeed. They know how to win, and I know that LaVille has a little bit of a bone to pick for Andrean last year.
Sure, there's no doubt about it. And they've circled this game from the first day of practice, LaVille has, and they want that revenge factor. And obviously, Andrean has, I think the one advantage Andrean has is they've played an unbelievable schedule. You know, when you look at them playing Chittard from Indianapolis, Maryvilles and things, Hobart, Valparaiso. You know, that's a tough schedule.
It absolutely is. And okay, the record hasn't really shown, but there is a lot of talent on this team, and it's definitely a circumstance where Andrean really needs to be motivated and make sure that they can take care of business.
Yeah, I totally agree. That's going to be a really, really good game. Staying in sectional 17, I really like this West Side and Kankakee Valley matchup today. West Side comes in at 6-3, and KV comes in at 4-5. And I really thought that there was a very nice article about Lane Zander this week in the Times. And he's one player that has all of a sudden just taken Northwest Indiana by surprise and really produced for the Cougars of Kankakee. Now, the other side is West Side is 6-3.
Right.
And West Side has a wonderful running back there, but they always do, have players that are athletic. But people don't understand. Every single year, West Side always has one or two players that end up in Division II or Division I on the offensive line. They are big. They can, and those scat backs that West Side have get through the holes quickly.
Right. You don't get to be 6-3 without a lot of talent on your team. And we don't cover West Side as frequently as we maybe should because they are a successful program here in Northwest Indiana. Kankakee Valley, on the other hand, they have kind of had an up and down last couple of years with Kirk Kennedy coming in there, but he is an excellent coach. And the last few weeks, Kankakee Valley has really shown a lot of momentum. I think this is another situation where you throw the records out. It doesn't matter if Kankakee Valley has a losing record or West Side has a winning record. Both of these teams are pretty evenly matched, and it's being played at Kankakee Valley. Yeah,
that's a big thing. And our underground, and they're not, that underground's not too far away from us.
Right.
But they have told me that Mr. Kennedy was not happy with the loss last week with Munster.
Well, sure. And you're a coach. When you have a disappointing loss leading into the tournament, the postseason, how does your team respond? What do you do as a coach to motivate that team?
Well, I certainly don't try to break the board, the
clipboard.
Yeah, the clipboard. But that's difficult. I don't think there should be any motivation.
Yeah.
If KV comes out again and does not play well defensively, they could lose this game, and the season's over. The kids would have to end up playing, baseball for Steve Schmidt and stuff.
No one wants to do that. I tell you what, no, he's giving me a look over there right now. So, all right, we actually do have Joe Arredondo on the field here with an update and on the field segment with Twin Lakes at Boone Grove. Joe, how are you this fine evening?
I thought, guys, it was going to be a slow night to start with here, but I've already got breaking news.
What's that?
From over here at Boone Grove. I just saw about 6 guys with Michigan jackets on walk in with a bunch of video equipment, so I think So I don't know. I don't know why they're here, but hey. Also, the real breaking news is somebody already has stopped me to let me know to say hi to Kool-Aid, who might be back at the Lakeshore studios, our very own Alex Hernandez. I guess Alex never shared with us that his nickname is Kool-Aid.
I am writing that down for future reference, Joe. Thank you.
Is he there? Did he leave already?
He's not here today.
He's out golfing, I think.
Yeah, today is his day off, at least this week. So Kool-Aid Alex Hernandez.
All right. Hopefully he's like driving home and just pulled off the road because his nickname was given up already here in the pregame at Boone Grove High. But anyway, 7-2 Boone Grove, 5-4 Twin Lakes. Much better night tonight. It is cold, but the field is in great shape. Just was talking to Boone Grove's athletic director, and the field has held up tremendously last week.
Okay.
They redid their entire drainage system to the baseball field, to the other athletic facilities. And without a doubt, as we talked about last week, some of these rubber pellet fields in the past have gotten water underneath the rubber pellets, initially when they're laid down, and have they get puffy.
Right.
And there's like water spots underneath the field at different spots. Well, nothing like that happened here. And it looks like it's in great condition. Very clear night, and sun's going down. It's a little chilly, but nothing like the rain and the blowing rain of last week. Expected for tonight. Obviously, both teams, this if you look at Jeff Sagarin's ratings, this looks like a pretty even game. I would say that Twin Lakes has probably played the more difficult schedule. Although, they've had rough times. They've had a couple of shutout losses the last 4 weeks. Did get a victory over Northwestern last week. Boone Grove has had the easier part of their schedule the last 3 weeks. So they really, haven't had a very difficult game. I mean, Wheeler was one of their more difficult games here in the last 4 or 5 weeks. So two teams, not sure what we're going to get tonight. It is more conducive for Boone Grove to throw the ball,
right?
Not like last week. So I think that probably is an advantage for them. So I'm not sure what to expect, but it'll be a short-lived celebration probably after the game because with Hanover heavily favored, you'd have to look. The winner here is going to have to look at that next week.
Yeah, definitely a tough draw for both of these teams, with Hanover being one of the top teams in the state for their division. It's going to be very interesting to see how these teams progress going forward. But tonight, Joe, what do you think is coming from this game?
Well, I think if you're Twin Lakes, you've got to obviously be prepared for the pass game, and that's something you're going to see, especially on a good weather night. There is a slight wind, but nothing that's going to affect the ball in the air. So, both of these teams probably didn't have to show a lot of things the last 3 or 4 weeks that they may have been working on for sectional. I don't think there's any doubt with Boone Grove they're going to be throwing the ball, trying to get Twin Lakes in some odd situations,
Sure.
look for a big play, and try to get their offense going. But, again, when it's this evenly matched, you think turnovers, you think mistakes. Those are going to be big factors. Penalties will be big factors. Big plays, something like that. And on a good track, it's it could be a play here or a play there, a kicking game, a special team, or a turnover that has a big effect on the game. Twin Lakes is coached by Kevin O'Shea. No stranger to Northwest Indiana, no stranger to coaching in Northwest Indiana. His dad was the coach at Maryville. I believe Kevin was the coach at Crown Point for a while. I did my research, but the website for John Harrell was down. I was trying to go through his record and look at his previous record at schools that he's been. I know he's been in Lafayette a lot, but for some reason it wasn't given his bio out on John's site, which is the best site around probably for high school football. So, but should be an exciting game. Great for Boone Grove to have a game at home last week before opening up the postseason here tonight at home.
All right, thank you much, Joe. Looking forward to hearing more from you as this game goes on.
All righty, guys, we'll talk to you. It's 6:30 kick here, so we'll be calling early.
All right, sounds good.
Might have to cut into the players of the week, or I don't know.
We'll have to see what's going on.
I get a whole list of them.
Yeah, we have a whole list, Joe. So.
Are you going through every player in Northwest Indiana?
You know it.
Since it was the end of the regular season?
You know it. So.
All right.
Thank you, Joe. Appreciate it.
Bye.
All right, we're going to go from Joe Arredondo to Russell Broadhacker with our Sacred Dunes Game of the Week, Hobart at New Prairie. Russell, what's going on out there?
Oh, yeah, gentlemen. Well, it is a beautiful night for football, so I'm pretty excited to be at New Prairie this evening. We got the Brickies versus the Cougars. Both have an even record, so I'm excited.
How's the fans? Are they starting to pile in?
They definitely have. The one thing I remember from playing is the amount of times that anytime we were at New Prairie, like their fan section, they really rally behind their team. So I'm sure that, Brickies have their support in the back, but Cougars got to feel good being at home.
Do you think the home field advantage will be a big part of this game?
I think it can be when their back's up against the wall a little bit. You have more people in your corner just boasting you to go forward. So it can come in clutch, but it makes that win so much better when you're on the road.
Yeah, you can. There's nothing better than winning on the road if you're the Hobart Brickies. So Russell, if you're the Brickies, what do you need to do in this game?
I'm a big assignment guy. So I think they've spent the entire week, we're going into sectional. So they've spent the entire week doing their homework, evaluating the Cougars and understanding where their strong points are, where their weak points are. And I think as long as the players are able to, keep their wits about them and buckle down and do what their assigned roles are, play by play, they should be able to pull through. It just really comes down to mental fortitude and physical fortitude.
Has either team come out yet to warm up?
That I have not noticed. I'm still a little new to this field right now. So.
Okay. No, because I was just wondering the size of New Prairie. We don't get much feedback about the New Prairie team, and we know it's a good program. But, I was just wondering the difference between Hobart's offensive, defensive line as opposed to New Prairie's. And, that could factor in how the game goes tonight.
Most definitely. I mean, the games are won and lost in the trenches. So I'll definitely be having my eye on that one tonight.
Sure. So, Russell, one thing I can tell you about New Prairie, they throw the ball a ton. They went from being a run-heavy offense last year to being a pass-happy offense this year, and they've been breaking school records for game totals of yardage. Has Hobart seen a team like that this year?
I'm going to be honest with you. I have not kept with Hobart so much into who they've been facing. The last real passing offense that I saw was Chesterton.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't have my notes on how they fared against them, but I will say from last week's condition, being rainy, cold, wet, versus this week, I mean, this is a quarterback's dream. The ball's going to be dry. The air's light wind. So if passing's the name of their game, the Brickies are going to really have to defend that in the back order.
Go ahead. No, I was just going to say that, Hobart, I really like their dynamics offensively.
Sure.
With Sorensen coming in, having a great season as a quarterback. And then, they get, this TJ Caldwell,
right?
The wide receiver from Calumet. And then you've got Willie Shearer,
right?
Who can just run the heck out of the ball. So, there may be, if New Prairie is a throwing team, they may be a big scoring game here.
Could be.
That'd be a wonderful change of pace compared to last week. Conditions are looking splendid tonight, so it really just depends on how well these teams are able to blend in for their game strategy and put it all together.
All right, Russ, before we let you go, how do you see this game going?
I'm going to say that home field advantage, though I did say the Brickies, and make that win sweeter. I'm going to say this home field advantage is going to help out the Cougars. They're coming in strong. They saw State last year. I have a feeling they're going to keep marching towards that. They didn't get the victory. I know that they won it. So I'm going to say Cougars, but I am in for a good night tonight.
Fair enough. It's going to be a very fun one, and we're going to be hearing a lot from you, Russell, as the night goes on.
Looking forward to it, gentlemen.
All right, thank you much. That's Russell Broadhacker with our Sacred Dunes Game of the Week. Hobart at New Prairie. So that's going to be a fun one, Wayne. I really wish, if I was a correspondent out there in the field, this is the game that I would want to be at. I
agree with you. I really think that other than I probably couldn't find New Prairie, I would like to be out there too. And
sure.
Because I think this is a balanced game. I don't think
it really is.
One team has a glaring weakness and the other one is just going to be physical dominating. I think that this right now is a situation where if you look down the sectionals, I don't think I can pick another game that is this evenly balanced.
I don't think so. I agree with you. I don't think there is another team that is as balanced as this one would be. It's definitely two solid programs that have been, the stalwarts of their sectional, their class here in Northern Indiana. And I think it's a shame that these two teams got drawn in the first round.
I totally agree. If we were in Illinois, Hobart and New Prairie would be in opposite brackets.
Right, exactly. So there's definitely the opportunity that this could be a preview for who is going to be the champion of this sectional. That's my opinion here. So, all right, we're going to actually have a couple guests here come in. So we've got Tom Maloney is going to be bringing in some representatives from the Plasterers and Cement Masons Local 692, and they'll be in here in just a minute. But definitely so, yeah, it's hey, Steve, could you bring your microphone up?
Hey, what's up, guys?
Steve, what are you looking for in this this New Prairie versus Hobart game?
Well, it should be a pretty good one. It's two teams last year that met for the sectional championship. Basically going to be the sectional championship again this year, like you guys just mentioned. But like you stated, Ben, New Prairie is going to be throwing the ball more than they did all last year.
Yeah.
Missing Noah Mungia from last year's team, their state-run team, I think that hurt them more than they thought it was going to, especially early in the season when they were playing LaPorte. But they are throwing the ball more this year, like you mentioned. They have 3 receivers this year that are averaging more than 30 yards or 30 yards a game. So it should be a good one. We know what Hobart's capable of. Like, they run the ball and they can throw the ball if they have to.
Sure.
Strong defense. So this is going to be a fun one all night.
All right. Thank you, Steve. We appreciate that. We're going to be picking your brain here a little bit later. But right now we have 2 representatives from the Plasterers and Cement Masons Local 692. We've got Doug Tippold and Tim Hudson. Gentlemen, thank you for joining us, and thank you for supporting sports in Northwest Indiana.
Thank you for having us.
So go ahead and lean into the microphone here. So Tim, can you tell us about what you guys are, who you are, and what you guys do?
Well, we're a local labor union called Plaster and Cement Masons, like you said.
Mm-hmm.
Generically, we're the concrete finishers. We're the guys that do curbs, sidewalk, we pour floors. We're the ones that pour the concrete that comes out of all those concrete trucks you see holding you up in the summertime.
But that's a good thing. I've built a house, and you folks have done good work. You do commercial work and things like that. Doug, what do you see as a benefit here for being in a union?
It's good way to make a living.
Sure.
I mean, it puts food on the table and, pays all your needs you need.
Right.
And it helps the young kids that don't want to go to college.
Sure.
A place to go to get a job.
Yeah, let's expand upon that, Tim. Let's say a kid doesn't want to or doesn't have the means to, or is just not simply interested in continuing a college education. How can the going into a trade like the plasters and cement mixers help them?
Well, getting in, how would it help you? Like Doug said, you're going to come into a trade that's going to provide for a living.
Sure.
It's going to supply health and welfare, a pension for your retirement. It's going to get you a way to support a family and live the life that you want to live.
Sure.
It kind of varies as far as everybody wants to do something different. Everybody has a different vision on how they want to adult their life.
Yeah, sure. I used to work in the steel mills. as my day job. I work in a different industry now, but everywhere you see these great paying jobs that are coming from unions, coming from the trades, and the positive benefits that they have had from safety aspects, fair working aspects, fair wages. And I think that there's a lot of opportunity to make sure that there's options for folks to realize that, yeah, you're going to have to work pretty hard, but you know what? You're going to have a good living doing that. So Tim, how long have you been in the union?
Got in 96, so let's do some big math. What, 26, 27 years, something like that?
Well, I'm a communication major, so math was not my thing. I'm not very good at that. How about you, Doug?
I've been in since 92.
92. Go ahead and
I've been in since 92.
92. So you folks have had a lot of experience here in the unions, and make sure that you are providing and providing a service and good quality work here in Northwest Indiana. Do you folks do any philanthropic events? Anything? How do you give back to the community?
We'll do community, I don't want to say outreach. We've assisted various communities. The one I had the most experience with recently was helping Crown Point out with, it's hard to describe it, the foundations for a training center for the fire department. And they were just out last week doing something, but I don't remember where they were at. Do you?
They did the VFW in Lake Station.
Okay.
They did that. And they did the MAC training center.
Sure. Okay. Yeah.
And we
over
did
there in Valparaiso.
did something with the homeless shelter in Hammond 5-6 years ago.
Great.
If places reach out to us, we'll see if we can help. We can't always promise to help,
course.
but it's always nice to be
course.
able to help the communities, for sure.
So, Tim, if I was a young man here and I'm getting ready to graduate, or a young woman for that matter, I'm getting ready to graduate high school. I'm getting ready to graduate high school, and I'm not sure what to do. Pitch me on joining the Plasterers and Cement Masons Local 692.
So a young person doesn't know what they want to do. Well, it's an opportunity.
Sure.
You're not married to it. You're not locked into it. It's something you can try. If it doesn't work out for you, you could always try something different. So it's not money wasted. It doesn't cost you anything to do it. That's a biggie. A lot of people don't realize. You go to college, it's going to cost you X amount of thousands of dollars, and after 2 years, you decide college wasn't for you. That's kind of money down the drain.
Right.
With us, it costs nothing to try. It costs nothing to join the apprenticeship program. You're getting paid to learn, where nowhere else really do you get paid to learn very much.
Right.
And at the end of 3 years, 4 years, it'll vary a little bit. You'll be done. You'll have a journeyman's, well, I almost said degree, but you'll be a journeyman.
Sure, yeah.
And at a journeyman's wage, making a journeyman's yearly wages, which is really good with the benefits.
Absolutely. You know, a lot of the foundation, pardon the expression, but I guess it works. The foundation of Northwest Indiana is very much based upon labor. Not necessarily union labor, but is a huge part of that. And what it's telling us is it's good work, it's fair work, it's safe work, and you know what you're getting for that. So I wanted to, in our last couple minutes here, I wanted to just kind of broaden back towards the football here. I know that, Doug, you were from Hobart, and did you play football for Hobart?
I did play football for Hobart.
Yeah, well, way back when?
92 I graduated,
92?
so 91 season.
What position was that?
Left out? No. Defensive back.
Defensive back,
Yeah.
okay. What about you, Tim? Did you play football at all?
No,
Okay,
no, I did not.
But you went to Maryville?
I graduated from Maryville in '87.
Okay, so you folks, as you're aware, listening to our show and things like that, these are two of the best teams in Northwest Indiana. Different classes, but any words of encouragement for your alma maters here? We'll start here with Tim. Any words of encouragement? They're from Maryville next week. They're on a bye week this week.
On a bye week. I always like seeing them do good.
Of course.
I really do. I'm not going to say I follow it real close anymore, but I do like when I see them doing well.
Of course, I think we all kind of like that. Doug, any words of advice or encouragement for the Hobart Bricks?
Go Brickies.
Go Brickies. All right. So, folks, thank you very much. We greatly appreciate you guys joining us, and we thank you for supporting us here at 89.1 FM, the Lakeshore. Without people like you and without the people supporting us in the community, we can't do what we do. So thank you very much, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. With that being said, we're going to go ahead and take a quick break. This is Game Night, presented by Purdue Federal Credit Union on Lakeshore Public Media, 89.1 FM, The Lakeshore.
This is Game Night, live on Lakeshore Public Media, 89.1 FM, streaming online at lakeshorepublicmedia.org, Facebook, and YouTube.
The Plasterers and Cement Masons Local 692 Apprenticeship Training Program provides a path to a career in a skilled trade. You can earn as you learn to be a plasterer or cement mason through an apprenticeship with Local 692. Learn more at plcm692apprenticeship.org. Sacred Dunes Integrative Health is your comprehensive, holistic wellness center specializing in acupuncture, massage therapy, functional lab testing, nutrition, and herbal medicine. Sacred Dunes, where wellness grows. Visit sacredduneshealth.com. Thinking of going to college? What do you plan to major in? At Ivy Tech Community College, they major in successful careers for you and all of their students. With locations in Michigan City, LaPorte, and Valparaiso, new classes start every few weeks. To get started, visit ivytech.edu. That's ivytech.edu. Ivy Tech students are Indiana's future. Support for Lakeshore Public Media is brought to you in part by NIPSCO. At NIPSCO, we're transitioning to cleaner, lower-cost energy sources such as wind and solar to build a brighter future in northern Indiana. Learn more at nipsco.com/future. Calling all 59ers, Slicers, and Wildcats. Do you have your high school debit card yet? Show your school pride everywhere you go, whether it's Friday night lights or your Monday morning commute. Get yours today at your local Purdue Federal Credit Union branch or learn more at purduefed.com.
For nearly 15 years, you've relied on Lakeshore Public Media to be your trustworthy news source, to cover our region's stories and to report on what matters. But as a nonprofit public broadcaster, your donation today helps ensure we can continue to serve you and the rest of Northwest Indiana with stories that inform and inspire for the next 15 years. Please visit lakeshorepublicmedia.org/give and donate today.
And now, the Plasterers and Cement Masons Local 692 scoreboard update.
Happy Friday, Lakeshore Game Night. Steve Schmidt here, and the playoffs are also here. All the teams around the region and around the state are looking for 4 new trophies to put in their trophy case over these next 6 weeks. So let's take a look at these matchups around the region tonight. Starting out with the Sacred Dunes Game of the Week, Hobart is on the road at New Prairie. It's a 7 o'clock kick. In 2A Sectional 33, in this week's Beef of the Week, it's Andrean traveling to LaVille. Now let's take a look back here at the rest of the 4A Sectional 17 matchups. The defending champion here is New Prairie. These are all 7 o'clock kicks. West Side's on the road at Kankakee Valley. East Chicago Central travels to Highland, and I stand corrected here. It's a 6:30 kick in Colford Military at Lowell. 3A Sectional 25, defending champion here is West Lafayette. 6:30 kick, Twin Lakes travels to Boone Grove. Kicking off here at 7 o'clock is Calumet on the road at Hanover Central. Another 6:30 kick is River Forest on the road at the defending champion West Lafayette. And 7 o'clock here is Rensselaer at Griffith. The rest of 2A Sectional 33, the defending champion is Andrean. This one is underway now after a 6 o'clock kickoff, Bremen at Bishop Knoll. 7 o'clock kick is Lake Station at Whiting. And finally here, the additional games that we're covering in 1A Sectional 41, the defending champion here is North Judson. These are all 7 o'clock kickoffs. Bowman on the road at South Newton. Pioneer travels to North Judson. Triton's on the road at North Newton, and Culver Community at South Central. Ben and Wayne will have you guys covered for all the sectional football conversation tonight. Guys, back to you.
All right, thank you much, Steve. This is Ben Kolodzinski back with Wayne Svetanoff. We're going to actually bring Gary Graben into the conversation as we speak. Hey, Gary, before we get an update from you, do you know what time it is?
Does anybody know what time it is?
That's a good song. But we're going to have to go with It's Time for Wayne's World.
Wayne's World, Wayne's World, party time.
Where's the aspirin? Aren't there FCC regulations about this kind of stuff?
All right, we're going to go real quick through the Little Five and the top 10, and we're going to have your commentary, Gary, as we go through this.
I think you just heard it.
All right, Wayne, let's go ahead and start with the Little Five.
Yeah, let's start with number 5. And hi, Gary. How are you tonight?
Wayner, I am doing just wonderfully, sitting here at beautiful Hammond Central High School.
Fantastic. All right, number 5 is Rensselaer. They're 5-4 on the season. For the Little Five, North Judson is number 4 at 5-4. River Forest, what a nice season they've had. They're number 3 at 6-3. Wheeler, wow, have they been a good team this year. 6-3 are number 2. And then West Central, I thought West Central was going to run the table, but they are number 1 in the Little Five at 8-1.
All right, just to recap, we've got at number 5, Rensselaer, number 4, North Judson, number 3, River Forest, number 2, Wheeler, and number 1, West Central. Gary, what do you think?
I think that's a decent list. I'm looking around, actually, because I expect to see the Wheeler coaches out here since they have the bye, and they play the winner of my game here next week. So I'm looking for those coaches to talk to them, but I can't find any problems with that other than Wayne made it.
All right, fair enough. Let's go ahead and move on to the top 10. Wayne, what do you got?
Number 10, Boone Grove moves into the big boy pool.
All right.
They are 7-2, and Mark Rowland is just blazing this year. He's had a great year. But they've moved into number 10. Number 9 is Hammond Central at 5-4. They've played a tough schedule, and but they've done pretty well. And at number 8, Michigan City 5-4. Number 7 is Westside 6-3, and that's going to be a great game.
I think so.
Against KV. Knox is one of only 2 other teams. There are 3 teams in Northwest Indiana that is undefeated, 9-0 for the Knox Redskins, I believe that is. Or Hobart is number 5 at 7-2. Maryville is number 4 at 7-2, and Valparaiso number 3 at 7-2. And then the only other 2, besides Knox, teams that are undefeated, number 2 is Hanover Central, 9-0, and number 1, the Crown Point Bulldogs, 9-0.
So let's go ahead and recap real quick. Number 10, we've got Boone Grove. Number 9, we've got Hammond Central. Number 8, we've got Michigan City. Number 7, we've got Westside. Number 6, we have Knox. Number 5, Hobart. Number 4, Maryville. Number 3, Valparaiso. Number 2, Hanover Central. And number 1, the Crown Point Bulldogs. Gary, what are your thoughts?
Even a blind squirrel finds a nut.
Well, I think he nailed it. So you're 2 for 2 here. Great job, Wayne. And while we have you here, Gary, you're also covering a football game for us. What's going on?
I am. We had a 6 o'clock start here. Bremen playing Bishop Knoll. Again, Bishop Knoll is building new fields for their outdoor sports, so this game has moved over to Hammond Central, the beautiful new field here. Bremen hit the ground running. They won the toss, took the ball, and within about 2.5 minutes, they had scored on a Carson Anderson 40-yard touchdown run. Bishop Knoll, on their first drive, was able to go for their own 13 all the way to the Bremen 10. They bogged down there, went for a field goal, but it was tugged to the left, so the score remained 7-0. Bremen then came back shortly in about 1.5 minutes on their next drive. Austin Young was bottled up in the line, but he popped to the left and ran 70 yards for a touchdown for Bremen. The extra point was good, making it 14-0 Bremen with 48 seconds left in the first quarter. And then while we were going through that tedious expanse of listening to the top 10, Bremen scored again on a 28-yard touchdown pass from Silas Ladig, and I'm going to have to verify the name because I walked away here to get away from the speakers. But the extra point was good. It is 21-0 Bremen over Bishop Knoll with 8:11 to go here in the first half.
Gary, do you see any resistance being put up by Knoll?
Well, I will tell you, the young quarterback for Knoll, he's only a sophomore. His name is Jaden Rivers, but he is 6'2", 200 pounds. He's a lefty, and he actually looked pretty sharp on their first drive. They were using a lot of quick out passes to go down the field. Again, the drive just bogged down. Knoll has this is only their 3rd possession of the game, so they have been able to move the ball. It's just the defense for Knoll against this Bremen offense looks like that's where the mismatch is tonight. So there's going to have to be something here with a turnover because right now, mano a mano, it is Bremen's advantage, offense over Knoll defense.
You know, when you look at the records of these two teams, Bishop Knoll 2-7, but Bremen's 4-5, and you think, wow, this should be a more competitive game. But Bremen plays a heck of a schedule, so I think that may help them a lot tonight.
Well, you know, they actually played LaVille, and we know LaVille was pretty studly this year, and they only lost by a touchdown to LaVille. Mm-hmm. So this is a solid team. You know, they have won state championships. They have gone to a regional in the last 10 years. Those were when the realignment had them playing more central and eastern teams. Here on this side of the state, you know, it's a little different mix up here with LaVille and Drain in that sectional. But again, I think this team certainly has enough pieces, especially offensively. And I will tell you, most of these pieces for Bremen are juniors. So next year, when we get into this conversation of this sectional, we may have to look at Bremen a little closer because they have some players that will be coming back that are really their impact players.
Well, all right, Gary, great insight there. We appreciate it. Looking forward to hearing more from you as this game moves on.
Doesn't Wayne have some other poll he could read to us?
I'm sure he could.
You know, we can make a tape of that intro and send it to you, Gary, so that, you know, when the season's over, you still can have that to play back.
Yeah, make it your ringtone.
Yeah.
You know, I need something to fall asleep to. So please.
All right, thank you, Gary. We appreciate it.
All right, boys. We'll talk.
All right, thank you much. That was Gary Graben with an update from Bremen at Bishop Knoll. So we're going to go over some of the games that we haven't hit on yet. We're going to stay in Sectional 17. We've got East Chicago at Highland, two teams that are struggling, but one team has to advance.
Yeah, and it's at Highland, so that's a little bit of an advantage for Highland. I think Highland is bigger and stronger. I like this Blake Vanek. Mm-hmm. He's had a great season for Highland as a quarterback. And East Chicago, I think East Chicago is just fighting a numbers game. Right. I don't think that their turnout is as big as the other schools in this sectional.
Yeah, and we have one more game we're going to cover before we get to our next correspondent here. But Culver Academy at Lowell. Lowell starting to play some good football lately.
And this is the time to do this. Culver Academy is always a decent team. They always, you know, play people from Northwest Indiana here well. But I think you're right. I think Lowell is playing well right now, and plus they're at home, and I don't think they've cut the grass all week.
There you go. Make that turf play slow. So, speaking of a place that doesn't have slow turf, we've got Joe Arredondo with an update from Twin Lakes at Boone Grove. Joe, what's going on?
All right, just started first drive for Twin Lakes. Twin Lakes starting a sophomore quarterback and a freshman running back. They actually fumbled the ball twice, but they were moving the ball, recovered the first fumbled forward about 5 yards. Boone Grove recovered the second fumble inside their 20-yard line, now have the ball for the first time. It was Khalid Elzir, a junior, who came up with the fumble for Boone Grove, and they're on the field now. Mark Rowland has completed his first pass. You know, just not knowing a ton about Boone Grove until tonight, they are a very young football team. So regardless of how this season ends, they're going to have a lot of players coming back that have a lot of experience. You know, we knew that Mark Rowland was coming back because he's only a junior, but they have a huge roster full of sophomores and juniors that will return. Now we just have a drop pass out here as Mark Rowland was trying to get it out on the left side. Now Boone Grove's going to have to punt. That was a 3rd down and 7 call, but a drop pass. So they're going to have to punt the ball back to Twin Lakes, who, again, they moved the ball inside the Boone Grove 20 before their second fumble, which was recovered by Boone. So the first drive, the Wolves did get 1 first down, but not able to continue to keep the change moving. Now a terrible snap, but it was caught and tracked down by Josh Oglesby, and he did get the punt away. So Twin Lakes is going to take over inside their 35-yard line on their second drive. No score, 5:47 to go here in the first quarter at Boone Grove.
Hey, Joe, what kind of offense is Twin Lakes running?
You know, they're looking multiple. They came out throwing the ball. They were very conservative with their sophomore quarterback. He threw a couple just out patterns, and he completed both of them. And then they had a little misdirection inside run game, which was able to be productive. Again, the first fumble, you know, he fumbled it forward 5 yards. Should have been recovered by the defense, but Twin Lakes was being able to cover it. So they're going to want to do both. They're going to want to throw the ball and run the ball, a lot like Boone Grove will be multiple.
All right. Thank you, Joe. I appreciate it. Looking forward to hearing more from you as this game goes on.
All right, guys. We'll talk to you in a bit.
All right. Thank you much. That was Joe Arredondo with an update from Twin Lakes at Boone Grove. Well, all right, Wayne, some action already tonight. But we're going to continue and talk about some of the games that are playing elsewhere. In Sectional 25, we've got Calumet and Hanover Central, two teams that we've covered quite a bit here in Northwest Indiana. Hanover has to be the big favorite here.
Oh, 9-0 Hanover. What a season they have had. They really have matured and been very, very consistent all season long. Calumet struggled a little bit this year, 3-6, but I think still Calumet has the athleticism to at least play with Hanover. I don't know if they have the, enough depth to beat Hanover, but this will be a good game.
Yeah, I think there could be a lot of offense in this game, and we are used to Hanover Central getting running clocks in the second half. We may see that here, but I think Calumet's got some firepower to maybe keep it a little closer than that. We also have River Forest at 6-3 at West Lafayette, also 6-3. That's a tough drive down to West Lafayette, Indiana for River Forest.
Yeah, and Aiden Silver is an outstanding quarterback. He's an outstanding player for River Forest. Right. He had one heck of a game last week, but unfortunately, West Lafayette is big. Yep. They have a very deep squad, and and they know about Aiden. There's no doubt about that. So that's going to be a tough go for River Forest.
All right, and the last game that we have covered in Sectional 25 is Rensselaer at 5-4 at Griffith for 3-6.
Griffith, they're coming. They're young. Sure. They've got a very good Jackson Lawson running back. But right now, they just need to get their defense going and be able to stop Rensselaer. Rensselaer likes to run the ball. They'll throw it a little, but they like to pound. And it's at Griffith. So, I think even though they're on the road, Rensselaer has the advantage.
I think so as well, but Griffith is really well coached. I think we all know that. So Phil Mason is one of the best coaches in Indiana, and he's going to have that team ready to play. Yeah,
he is, and there's no doubt about it. The key here might be Griffith scoring first, and then trying to play and let Rensselaer play from behind.
Yeah. So before we cover Sectional 26, we're going to go back to Gary Graben with an update from Bremen at Bishop Knoll. Gary, what's going on?
Well, here's the break Bishop Knoll needed. A backward pass by Bremen was mishandled. The governor, Mitch Daniels IV, picked it up for Bishop Knoll, ran it in from about 15 yards out. The extra point by Zeke Zuck was good. 21-7, Bremen, with 6:22 to go here in the first half.
Gary, do you think this is the spark that can keep Knoll in this game?
It certainly fired the sideline and the crowd up here. Again, I think if they can just get a couple of stops here, this is where they have to shore up things is on defense. So a turnover there helps. Now can they hang on here and hold, maybe force a punt before the half, maybe cut this down to a a one-score game, because Knoll even gets the ball to start the second half. So we'll see what happens. But right now, this defense for Knoll is just struggling against this Bremen offense.
All right, thank you, Gary. Appreciate the update. Looking forward to hearing more from you.
You got it.
All right, thank you much. That was Gary Graben with an update from Bremen at Bishop Knoll. All right, continuing on to Sectional 26, we've got Knox at Lakeland. Knox is 9-0. Lakeland is 6-3. I'm not sure where exactly Lakeland is, but I do know that Knox is a fine-tuned, oiled machine right now, and I think they're going to be the favorite for that game.
I really think so. I think that Radke has done a tremendous job at Knox. Undefeated, winning the conference and stuff is a patch on the kid's shoulders for after the season. That's a great accomplishment, but they're not done yet. No, I really think that Knox has a chance to go farther in this sectional. But Lakeland's a pretty good team.
Sure.
And I guess they're somewhere around the lake. So
they are in the land around the lakes.
Yes.
So before we head on to sectional 33, we do have an update here from Gary Schultz, who is covering the Andrean at LaVille game. Gary, what's going on out there?
With 2 minutes and 38 seconds left in the first quarter, LaVille has taken a 3-0 lead.
3-0 lead. It's kind of a defensive battle there, huh, Gary?
A little bit of a defensive battle. The field, it's rained most of the day over here. So the field is pretty wet and soggy, and there's a little slipping going on out there, too.
Has Andrean been able to move the ball at all?
They got the opening kickoff, went about from the 25 up to the 48 and fumbled it. And LaVille recovered and then went down and scored a field goal.
So how are the field conditions? I've heard some rumors that it's awfully muddy and awfully wet.
Yeah, well, Andrean is wearing white tonight. Most of the guys in front of their jerseys are all brown already.
Okay. Yeah, so playing a little bit of mud here. Gary, what does Andrean need to do to kind of right the ship here?
Well, I think they were moving the ball pretty good until the fumble, so we'll have to see what they do in the next possession.
All right, thanks, Gary. We appreciate it. Anything else you want to add before we let you go?
Andrean just returned the kickoff up to the 45.
Okay, big play there. Sounded like a little bit of excitement there. So Andrean moving a little bit. All right, Gary, give us a call back when things progress.
All righty, we'll do that.
All right, thank you much. That's Gary Schultz with an update from our Beef of the Week, Andrean at LaVille. All right, so, some excitement here. Some of our early starting games have a little bit of things going back and forth. We're going to continue to talk about what we have here going on. We've already talked from sectional 33. We've already talked about Bremen versus Bishop Knoll. Bishop Knoll with a little bit of spark. They're a little bit behind here right now, so we'll see how that one continues. And we just had an update from Andrean at 3-6 versus LaVille at 8-1. Looks like Andrean's got a little bit of momentum coming their way as well. Moving on to Lake Station, it's 2-7 at Whiting at 3-6. Two teams that have struggled this year, but again, one of these teams is going to advance.
Yeah, and it's at Whiting.
Right.
So again, home field advantage. Whiting.
Right.
Whiting has been up and down. Their quarterback Davenport is a good quarterback. I just don't think that he has a lot of athleticism around him.
Sure.
But that may be saying the same thing about Lake Station.
Sure, absolutely. You never know what's going to happen there. Whiting is one of my favorite fields here in Northwest Indiana because at any given time you can have a train rip right through the back and you get the whistle and all that stuff. It's a really cool place. So you folks listening, if you haven't had an opportunity to go watch a game at Whiting, it's a trip. It's a lot of fun. So, all right, moving on to sectional 34, we've got Winamac at 3-6 at Lafayette Catholic 6-3. I think Lafayette Catholic might be a bit of a favorite in this game.
Yeah, Lafayette Catholic has a strong program, and Winamac is really the only other team in that sectional that is even close to where we are. So we're watching them. But Catholic has always had a strong program, and right now at 6-3. I think that they may have a little edge here.
Yeah, I believe so. I agree with you on that one. And moving on to the final sectional that we're covering this week, we've got sectional 41, Bowman at 1-5 at South Newton at 3-6. I think the home field advantage is going to be a big deal here. I
do too. South Newton has been known to throw the ball around.
Right.
They like to pass the ball a lot, and I think that Bowman, I know they have athleticism at Bowman, but right now I think that maybe South Newton has had a little bit more experience with the schedule they've played.
Very well could be, and that's what it'll be interesting to see how this one turns out. We also have Pioneer at 5-4 at North Judson at 5-4. I am not as familiar with Pioneer, but I do know that North Judson is having a down year for them.
Yeah,
but they are still a very good program.
Always a good program, but they're at home,
right?
So they can right the ship here. And when I look at the other teams in that sectional, very honestly, I would have to pick North Judson as the winner.
Very well could be.
That could be. Now, they will have trouble with Triton.
Triton's a good team.
Yes, they are. And they play North Newton, and North Newton is 0-9. So
right.
Triton may have a little easier contest.
Yep. Then you have Culver Community at 0-9, at South Central 3-6. Again, two teams that have struggled here, but it's at South Central, and South Central's played a tough schedule. I think South Central's going to come out ahead here.
And I think that South Central has had some good games where they've scored some points, but it just seems that they have not been able to make it a consistent effort every single week.
Steve Schmidt just gave us an update here. Culver Community is currently up 14-0 in this game. So Culver Community coming out hot early.
Yeah, wow.
And then finally in sectional 43, we've got West Central 7-2 at Taylor 1-8. West Central's an awfully tough program. I think they're going to be pretty good here.
I really think that they're going to be very good in this particular game, and West Central is 7-2, and maybe they could have been 8-1 actually. And I think West Central's strong enough to take on Taylor and defeat them.
Yeah, I agree. It's going to be an interesting game there as well. And looking for a lot of exciting action today. We had a lot of exciting standout players last week. And, I wanted to discuss some of them. We've got about 6 minutes until our next break. So I want to start off with a young man from Munster, Daniel Eggstrom. He had an excellent game.
Yeah, and he's the leading area rusher right now. And what a way to finish your season. Munster defeats KV. Daniel gets 4 TDs plus 247 yards against Kankakee Valley. And not many people know him very well.
Right.
And I'm not sure I pronounced his name correctly.
No, I know I didn't, so I apologize.
I got Daniel right.
Daniel's pretty good there. That's a pretty easy one. And then we've got Kelly Hay from Kankakee Valley.
Boy, did he play well. Gee willikers. He had 3 TDs, 1 kick return TD, 1 punt return TD, 1 pick 6 TD, and he had another interception. So he had one heck of a game last week for Kankakee Valley.
So for reference, Mr. Hay is not our player of the week. If it shows you what type of stacked performance we had this week. We're going to speed up a little bit here. We're going to go to Holland Harris for Hammond Morton.
Not many people know him. 3 TDs plus 316 total yards against East Chicago. We know what Danielle Harris is, who he is for Morton, but Holland Harris really stepped up as a quarterback.
All right, we have Jaden Ortiz from Wheeler.
Yeah, 3 TDs, 241 yards versus Griffith. And go ahead. Caden Verrett
from Hanover Central.
Yep, 3 TDs versus Hammond Central.
Okay, Dante Pope
from Maryville, 3 TDs last week, and 2 running and 1 throwing versus Chesterton.
We've already mentioned his name once tonight already. Mark Rowland from Boone Grove.
Yeah, he had 3 TDs against Bishop Knoll, and the lucky thing for Joe is he gets to be out there at Boone Grove, and he's watching that quarterback.
He's going to have one of those delicious smelling hamburgers I've been told about. And then we have Giuseppe Moore from Westside.
Yeah, 3 TDs versus Calumet, and he's not even their best back. He really is very, very good.
All right, let's talk about there's a combination at Valparaiso. These 2 young men had a really good game. We got Justin Clark and Thomas Berta.
Yeah, they really did. They had 3 TDs. Clark had 3. Thomas Berta had 2 TDs. And then another man from Valpo was Julian Stokes, who had a 95-yard kickoff return versus Lake Central. So Valparaiso had 3 people together that really were good last week against LC.
Absolutely. And also, let's talk a little bit about our number 1 team in the area, Crown Point.
Larry Ellison and Noah Ehrlich each had 3 TDs, and Ehrlich didn't throw 3 to Ellison. Ellison had running TDs. Ehrlich had throwing. They played Michigan City, so they are ready.
So we have one more. Our Chuck DeMoss player of the week is this young man from River Forest. Who do we got?
Aiden Silver. Boy, what an evening he had last week. He had 6 TDs, 5 running, and 1 punt return, plus 167 total yards against Lake Station. You know, Ben, this is going to be an unbelievable pick for MVP this year.
I know it's going to be a hard one.
There are a lot of very outstanding players.
It's going to be a tough one. All right, with that being said, we're going to go ahead and take a quick break here on Game Night, presented by Purdue Federal Credit Union on Lakeshore Public Media, 89.1 FM, The Lakeshore.
This is Game Night, live on Lakeshore Public Media, 89.1 FM. Streaming online at lakeshorepublicmedia.org, Facebook, and YouTube.
Sacred Dunes Integrative Health is your comprehensive holistic wellness center specializing in acupuncture, massage therapy, functional lab testing, nutrition, and herbal medicine. Sacred Dunes, where wellness grows. Visit sacredduneshealth.com. Support for Lakeshore Public Media is brought to you in part by NIPSCO. At NIPSCO, we're transitioning to cleaner, lower-cost energy sources such as wind and solar to build a brighter future in northern Indiana. Learn more at nipsco.com/future. Calling all 59ers, Slicers, and Wildcats. Do you have your high school debit card yet? Show your school pride everywhere you go, whether it's Friday night lights or your Monday morning commute. Get yours today at your local Purdue Federal Credit Union branch or learn more at purduefed.com. The Plasterers and Cement Masons Local 692 Apprenticeship Training Program provides a path to a career in a skilled trade. You can earn as you learn to be a plasterer or cement mason through an apprenticeship with Local 692. Learn more at plcm692apprenticeship.org. Thinking of going to college? What do you plan to major in? At Ivy Tech Community College, they major in successful careers for you and all of their students. With locations in Michigan City, LaPorte, and Valparaiso, new classes start every few weeks. To get started, visit ivytech.edu. That's ivytech.edu. Ivy Tech students are Indiana's future.
You're listening to Lakeshore Public Media 89.1 FM, WLPR FM Lowell. Your home for local news, traffic, weather, sports, and more. Streaming online at lakeshorepublicmedia.org.
And now, the Plasterers and Cement Masons Local 692 scoreboard update.
What's up, Lakeshore Game Night? Steve Schmidt here, and I have your news and notes ahead of these sectional opening round matchups here, so let's see what's going on around the region. Starting out with the Sacred Dunes game of the week, Hobart at New Prairie. Hobart has 22 sectional titles, while New Prairie has won 8, including the last 2 seasons. This is a rematch of last year's sectional championship game. 2A sectional 33 in the beef of the week this week, Andrean at LaVille. Andrean comes in enjoying a string of successful playoffs in these last 4 seasons, winning the sectional title, but LaVille in their school's history has only won 4. The 2 schools met last season with Andrean winning the sectional semifinal game 28-6, and this one's already underway with LaVille leading 3-0 in the first quarter. Take a look here at the rest of 4A sectional 17 with the defending champ New Prairie. Westside's on the road at Kankakee Valley. Westside enters having a 9-game postseason losing streak, and Kankakee Valley's last sectional title was back in 1985. The only time these 2 schools met was back in 1999, and Kankakee Valley was victorious 35-12. East Chicago Central is on the road at Highland. EC Central's lone sectional title was back in 2013, and that year they also won the regional. Highland has won 3 sectional championships in school history, with their last being in 1987, and that year they reached the semi-state. The 2 teams met in last season's sectional opener as well, with Highland winning 55-0. Culver Military is on the road at Lowell tonight. This one kicked off at 6:30. Culver Military has won 2 sectional championships, while Lowell has won 16, with their last being back in 2021. This is yet another rematch of the first round from last season, with Lowell sneaking out a win 27-14. Moving on now to 3A sectional 25. The defending champion here is West Lafayette. A 6:30 kick that just happened. Boone Grove is hosting Twin Lakes tonight. Twin Lakes enters 5-4 on the season, and Boone Grove enters as the Greater South Shore champions, and they are looking for their first sectional crown. This is the first meeting between the 2 schools. Calumet travels to Hanover Central tonight. Calumet's won their only sectional title back in the 2020 season, and Hanover Central's the Northwest Crossroads champions with their only sectional crown back in 2021. Hanover Central's won 4 of the 5 meetings. River Forest at West Lafayette. River Forest's last sectional championship was back in the 1990 season, and that year they reached the state championship game, and West Lafayette enters with 15 sectional championships under their belts, including last season. The last meeting was back in that 1990 season when River Forest took down West Lafayette in the semi-state game, and West Lafayette currently leads in this one 7-0 in the first quarter. Rensselaer travels to Griffith tonight. Last sectional championship for Rensselaers back in 2014 when they won it all. And Griffith has won 15 state crowns or sectional crowns in their school history, but the last was back in 2008, and during that stretch they won 4 in a row. Griffith has won both meetings in this series. Take a look here now at the rest of 2A sectional 33. The defending champion here is Andrean. This one kicked off at 6 o'clock. Bremen and Bishop Knoll, the winner, will face Wheeler next week. Bremen enters 4-5 on the season, and Bishop Knoll's only won 1 sectional championship, and that was back in the year they won the state championship in 1989. This is the first meeting between the two schools. And the second quarter in this one, Bremen has a lead of 21-7. Lake Station travels to Whiting tonight. Lake Station has won 2 sectional trophies, with their last one being back in 1998, and Whiting has won 6, with one of them being in 2015 when they won state. Whiting owns a 29-3 record over the Lake Station Eagles. Last sectional that we're keeping track of here is in 1A sectional 41. Defending champion is North Judson. Bowman travels to South Newton. Pioneer is traveling to North Judson, but this one is at the end of the first quarter. North Judson leads 6-0. Triton travels to North Newton, and Culver Community is currently up 14-0 in the first quarter over South Central. Ben and Wayne, back to you guys.
All right, thank you, Steve. This is Ben Kolodzinski back with Wayne Svetanoff, and we're going to throw it out to Joe Arredondo with an update from Twin Lakes at Boone Grove. Joe, what's going on?
9:55 to go first half. We still don't have points, but Twin Lakes is threatening. They're inside the 10-yard line. Second down and goal from the 8, and Boone Grove just called a timeout. Boone Grove's only had 2 possessions of the football, and their second possession was hampered by a face mask penalty, which put them way out of field position and unable to convert. Had to punt it back away. The story so far tonight, Twin Lakes has had the edge in play. It's the sophomore quarterback, Ethan Mead, 6'2", 160. He's got a good arm and obviously a good frame, and he has been pretty accurate with his passing. They have the edge in yardage, again, inside the 10-yard line. But the big factor here is they have fumbled 3 times on offense and were able to recover 2 of them.
Wow.
Or they're Boone Grove unable to take advantage of the turnovers there that could have recovered those fumbles. So second down and goal from the 8, and Twin Lakes, after the timeout, hands it up off the middle. The game goes to the 5-yard line. It'll be third and goal from the 5 with 9:45 to go here in the first half. Really, the big thing, too, is Boone Grove really hasn't been able to get their offense on the field and sustain a drive.
So Twin Lakes has it on the 5, and does Boone Grove look like their defense can stop the Twin Lakes offense? Twin Lakes has thrown the ball pretty well. It's a very conservative passing game. Don't get me wrong, they're throwing underneath routes. Boone Grove defensively, their coaches are very cognizant of the screen pass as well. So it's not like they're just lining up. I would just, let's see, touchdown pass thrown back over the middle into the end zone. So there's our first points of the game on a 3rd and 5 as Mead rolled right and threw back against his body and found a receiver crouched down in the end zone. It's Tate Goyer. And I've never seen this many freshmen and sophomores playing. I mean, this is a 3A school.
Wow.
These are 3A sectionals. To have this many sophomores and freshmen playing is something, I think. Tate Goyer with the touchdown catch from 5 yards away. The extra point is no good. Didn't get it through the uprights. The thing that's going to be a factor, though, when you look at Twin Lakes is they have a nice, big offensive line. Now, their skill guys are freshmen and sophomores, but their offensive line for 3A is a big, physical, legit offensive line. Sure. So 6-0 right now, 9:05 to go first half. Boone Grove going to get the football back, but again, they've had 2 possessions. One of them was hampered by a face mask penalty on the offense on a blocking downfield on a screen. So, their strength obviously is their offense. They haven't been able to get any rhythm or have the ball very long out here.
All right. Thank you, Joe. We appreciate it. Looking forward to hearing more from you as this game goes on.
All right. We'll talk to you guys later.
All right. Thank you much. That's Joe Arredondo with an update from Twin Lakes at Boone Grove. We're going to go from Joe Arredondo to Gary Schultz with an update from Andrian at LaVille. Gary, what's going on?
Well, with 9:45 left in the second quarter, LaVille is up 11-0.
Ooh, how'd they score?
On a 4th and 12 from the 27-yard line, the quarterback got pressured. He rolled out to the left and went around the corner and went all the way in for a 27-yard touchdown run.
Wow. So has Andrian even threatened in this game?
The closest Andrian has gotten so far is on the LaVille 48-yard line. Last possession, LaVille Andrian had it on their own 45, and a bad snap from center over the quarterback's head. The quarterback turned around to go get it, and he took 2 steps, and his feet went out from underneath of him, and the defensive lineman fell on it.
So, Gary, what does Andrian need to do to get back into this one?
They just need to eliminate mistakes they're making, I think, right now.
Yeah.
They're just making mistakes, bad snaps.
Would you say a lot of that is due to the field conditions?
Yeah, the field conditions are not good. Both teams have had running backs. As soon as they get the ball, slip and fall, go down without it being contacted. And, yeah, the field conditions are not good. The passing team probably is favored.
Sure. Well, all right, Gary, we appreciate the update. Give us a call as this game goes on.
Completion for Andrea.
Say that again?
That was like a 20-yard completion for Andrea, and they're down to the 28-yard line on the field.
All right, excellent. All right, Gary, thank you for the update. Give us a call back when this game continues.
All right, I'll do that.
All right, thank you very much. This is Gary Schultz with an update from our Beef of the Week, Andrian at LaVille. We're going to go from LaVille to Russell Broadhacker with an update from our Sacred Dunes, Game of the Week, Hobart at New Prairie. Russell, what's going on?
Hey, guys. So it only took about 1:30 for Hobart to put something on the board.
Oh, wow.
Hobart, I think we were talking about it during that opening talk. Hobart really does have some size on New Prairie, but New Prairie is scrappy today. They're really going out it in the lines. But let's recap that touchdown real quick. So the Brickies had it on their 15-yard line, right? And then through the read option between, Stafford and Shearer. And then Stafford brought it to the 15. Shearer and Sorensen kind of go back and forth with that read option, which is really fun to see. That O-line doesn't give anything away to start off the game. Shearer ends up bringing it in for a touchdown for 24 yards.
Oh, wow, 24. So was that the first drive of the game?
That was the first drive. It only took them about 4 plays to get that one taken care of.
So New Prairie hasn't even touched the ball yet, and they're already down a score. That's got to be great momentum for the Brickies.
Well, right now, their defense, Brickies' defense is on. New Prairie, though, is running downhill. Oh, we about have a breakout run right here. New Prairie is going all the way to the house for a touchdown, tying up the game.
Wow.
The rusher there, and that was a beautiful run. It was about a 47-yard touchdown from Dylan Wilson. Or let me take that back. Marshall Kimek.
Kamisik. Yeah, Marshall Kamisik, yes. He's one of their stud offensive players. So how did that entire drive, can you break that drive down for us, please?
So they had a pretty weak kickoff return. They only brought it up to about, I'd say they're 17 or so. It took them about 4 plays to get all the way up there, and it was just a breakaway run. Like I said, everything's being fought right now in the trenches. He took it to the outside, found his hole. He only had one guy to beat, got him. Kick just went good, so the score is 7-7.
All right, thank you very much, Russell. We appreciate it. Give us some calls as this game goes on.
Roger that, gentlemen.
All right, thank you much. That was Russell Broadhacker with an update from our Sacred Dunes Game of the Week, Hobart at New Prairie. We're going to go from New Prairie to Kankakee Valley with an update from Jason Hill with Westside at Kankakee Valley. Jason, what's going on?
Hey guys, a little late here to the game, and as I was walking in, I heard the opening roar that put the home team here ahead, 7-0, which I'm assuming was their opening drive. I was about 50 seconds late to the kickoff here, and KB scores on their opening drive, but quickly, Westside is out to respond, and Deontay Lilly for the Cougars takes the ball from his own 20 to the KV 20 on that ensuing kickoff, and it took 3 plays from there in a nice 18-yard touchdown run for Giuseppe Moore for the Cougars to even this game at 7-7.
How much time is left, Jason?
There's 10.5 minutes to go in the first quarter.
In the first quarter, wow! So you are really a lot of action here in the first going of the game.
For sure, both teams scoring here on their opening possession of the game, and we have Westside here ready to kick off back to the Cougars for their second possession of the game.
Jason, how does the size of KV compare to Westside?
I haven't made it fully on the field here, but from the track here, both teams look about even.
Okay.
Westside from both sidelines, numbers wise, look roughly even. I'd say maybe a little few more boys out here for KV, but size wise, I think we have two pretty evenly matched teams out here.
All right, fair enough. Well, Jason, seems like you got an exciting one early. Please feel free to give us a call back as soon as this game continues.
All righty, guys.
Thank you very much. That was Jason Hill with an update from Westside at Kankakee Valley. We're going to move from Kankakee Valley to Hanover Central with Al Rodriguez with Calumet at Hanover Central. Al, what's going on?
Hey, how you guys doing tonight? It's a blustery night out here. Ooh, 47 degrees, and my nose is already red. Anyways, Calumet came out throwing the ball, some quick passes, some quick inside passes. The second one didn't work too well. It got juggled. Hanover intercepted. First couple plays, Hanover really looked unsure. 2 holding penalties will always stop a drive.
Oh, yeah.
But they managed to correct it. They marched down the field, 8 plays, 34 yards, scored a touchdown, 7-0 Hanover.
Who scored that touchdown, Al?
Hanover.
Good.
I don't have my charts with me. I didn't know what I was going to be doing tonight. I didn't get. They intercepted another ball here.
So Hanover.
Hanover intercepted the ball again. Yeah, talking to you guys, and I didn't see it. I need a replay.
I heard the PA announcer said it was Rocco Bartolomeo who made that interception.
Yeah, he scored the touchdown too. It was a pass from. Got to get the memory bank going. From the quarterback to Rocco to score an 8-yard touchdown play earlier. So now we have the ball again.
So it seems like Hanover's all over Calumet early. Al, give us a call back as this game goes on.
Will do.
All right, thank you very much. That is Al Rodriguez with an update from Calumet at Hanover Central. We're going to go from Hanover Central to Boone Grove with an update from Joe Arredondo with Twin Lakes at Boone Grove. Joe, what's going on?
All right, Boone Grove has scored to take the lead. It was a 33-yard touchdown pass from Mark Rowland to Samir Del Rio, who is also a junior. 33 yards, set up the double move nicely. They've been throwing the underneath routes to start the game. And a double move, he got behind the entire defense. Extra point was good to make it 7-6. Now we've got a long run by Twin Lakes inside the 15-yard line. So they're set up offensively here with 5:30 to go first half. They'll have it 1st and 10 inside the 15 for Twin Lakes. Right now, though, Boone Grove leading by the score of 7-6.
The slimmest of margins, Joe. So it appears that Boone Grove's struggling stopping Twin Lakes' offense. This is what do they need to do to kind of step up that game?
You know, you got to give credit to Twin Lakes, I think, defensively. They look pretty solid defensively. They're throwing a lot of those underneath routes. They haven't been able to run the ball. Boone Grove has not. But really, the first time they tried to go deep on a double move, it was there. It was open for the touchdown. Mark Rowland, put a lot of air under it, which was a smart decision because his receiver was open by 6 or 7 yards, and was still able to slow up and catch the ball and get in. I think from a Boone Grove perspective, we got to be a little concerned with the defense being on the field so much here in the first half.
Sure.
Even scoring, they scored quickly on that drive. And Twin Lakes has been able to control the football and move the chains when they've been on offense. And that could be a factor here coming in the second half of this ball game. Tackle now inside the 15. So it's going to be third and about 6 from the 10 for Twin Lakes. So they can get a first down, and it looks like at about the 4-yard line. Again, they've been pretty methodical. They've been it's a conservative passing game, a very accurate quarterback.
Sure.
But their kicker really did not look good on that extra point. So I don't know how much they trust them to kick field goals. We might see here in a minute.
All right, fair enough. Well, thank you, Joe. Feel free to give us calls. This game goes
We're going to have a sack here, guys.
All right.
So the quarterback is sacked. It's Chris Gonzalez, the junior linebacker or defensive back that came in and got the sack. So a big play defensively for Boone Grove. That's going to have Twin Lakes with a 4th down and very long. And the clock is running right now. They are going to try a field goal.
All right, Joe, we'll hang with you until this field goal. So how far of a field goal is this?
And it's the quarterback, Ethan Mead's going to try. It's blocked. It's going to roll. It's going to roll and picked up by Boone Grove and brought upfield to the 17-yard line. Looks like about a 25-yarder, no trajectory. It was blocked, into the defensive line. So the Wolves get the football back. That's a big stop. So they had it deep in their own territory. They got 3:21 to go first half, so maybe able to have a nice drive of their own and extend the lead here before halftime.
All right, thank you very much, Joe. We appreciate it. Give us calls as this game goes on.
All right, guys, we'll talk to you.
Thank you much. That was Joe Arredondo with an update from Twin Lakes at Boone Grove. We're going to go ahead and take a quick break. We do have 2 callers, updates from Andrea and LaVille and Lake Station and Whiting following the break. This is Game Night presented by Purdue Federal Credit Union on Lakeshore Public Media, 89.1 FM, The Lakeshore.
This is Game Night, live on Lakeshore Public Media, 89.1 FM, streaming online at lakeshorepublicmedia.org, Facebook, and YouTube.
Support for Lakeshore Public Media is brought to you in part by NIPSCO. At NIPSCO, we're transitioning to cleaner, lower-cost energy sources such as wind and solar to build a brighter future in northern Indiana. Learn more at nipsco.com/future. Sacred Dunes Integrative Health is your comprehensive, holistic wellness center specializing in acupuncture, massage therapy, functional lab testing, nutrition, and herbal medicine. Sacred Dunes, where wellness grows. Visit sacredduneshealth.com. Thinking of going to college? What do you plan to major in? At Ivy Tech Community College, they major in successful careers for you and all of their students. With locations in Michigan City, LaPorte, and Valparaiso, new classes start every few weeks. To get started, visit ivytech.edu. That's ivytech.edu. Ivy Tech students are Indiana's future. Calling all 59ers, Slicers, and Wildcats. Do you have your high school debit card yet? Show your school pride everywhere you go, whether it's Friday night lights or your Monday morning commute. Get yours today at your local Purdue Federal Credit Union branch or learn more at purduefed.com. The Plasterers and Cement Masons Local 692 Apprenticeship Training Program provides a path to a career in a skilled trade. You can earn as you learn to be a plasterer or cement mason through an apprenticeship with Local 692. Learn more at plcm692apprenticeship.org.
My friend had just sent me a screenshot of a YouTube video featuring me. Except I had never made such a video. So I click on the link and discover a short humoristic video entitled High School Virgin.
Join us for family stories in the digital age, secrets, discovered history, and shared legacy. Next time on the Moth Radio Hour from PRX.
Tune in Saturday afternoon at noon and Sunday afternoon at 1 here on Lakeshore Public Media. And now, the Plasterers and Cement Masons Local 692 scoreboard update.
What's up, Lakeshore Game Night? Steve Schmidt here, and we have scores rolling in fast and furious to the Game Night studio. So let's see what's going on here in the opening week of the sectional round. Starting out in the Sacred Dunes game of the week, Hobart at New Prairie. This one in the first quarter is all tied up at 7 apiece. Hobart got the scoring started on a Willie Shear touchdown run, but then New Prairie responded on a Marshall Kamishik touchdown run. The beef of the week, Andrean at LaVille. This is 2A sectional 33 in the second quarter. LaVille leads 11-8. The score for Andrean was a 16-yard touchdown run by Scott Ballantyne. Take a look here now at the rest of 4A sectional 17. Westside at Kankakee Valley in the first quarter. Westside has a 8-7 lead. Lane Zander got the scoring starter for the Cougars of Kankakee Valley on a 57-yard touchdown run, and Westside's Giuseppe Moore with a touchdown run to respond. East Chicago Central at Highland. First quarter, Highland leads 7-0. Blake Vanek with a touchdown pass to Nicholas Johnson. 3A sectional 25. Twin Lakes at Boone Grove. Boone Grove leads 7-6 in the first quarter. Touchdown pass from Mark Rowland to Samir Del Rio. Calumet at Hanover Central. 7-0 Wildcats in this one. Matt Coons with a 6-yard touchdown pass to Rocco Bartolomeo. River Forest at West Lafayette in the second quarter. This one is a close one. West Lafayette with a 14-7 lead. Aiden Silver with a 78-yard touchdown run for the Ingots. Rensselaer at Griffith in the first quarter. Diego Hernandez Reyes for the Bombers with a 19-yard touchdown run. 7-0 Rensselaer. 2A sectional 33. Bremen is on the road at Bishop Knoll. Bremen leads in this one 21-7. The score for Bishop Knoll was Mitch Daniels IV with a scoop and score on a fumble touchdown. Additional games here in 1A sectional 41. Pioneer at North Judson at the end of the first quarter. The Blue Jays lead 6-0. And Culver Community at South Central in the first quarter. Culver Community is up in this one 20-8. Ben and Wayne, back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Steve. That was Steve Schmidt with our scoreboard updates. I want to thank one of our listeners and viewers, Eric Rodriguez. He is providing us with a lot of these scores that Steve is putting out there. So thank you, Eric. We really appreciate all of your updates, and thank you very much for listening. We're going to go ahead. We have full phone lines right now. Full phone lines. We're going to go for Gary Schultz with an update from Andrean at LaVille. Gary, what's going on?
With 1 minute and 32 seconds left in the first half, it's LaVille 11, Andrean 8.
Ooh.
Andrean just intercepted LaVille on their own 10-yard line and returned it to the LaVille 48, so they're 2nd and 10 at the 48. And they just hit a big pass over the middle for, looks like about 15 yards.
So, Gary, what changed in this momentum?
Andrean has just stopped making mistakes. They've not had any bad snaps since the last one where they turned it over, and they're just playing better ball.
So has LaVille, they have 11. Have they just stopped being able to move the ball on Andrean?
Well, they were moving it pretty good on that last drive until they turned it over. And Andrean LaVille has pretty much been just lining up and putting 11 men at the line of scrimmage with no wideouts and trying to run. So it's just, and Andrean's, of course, putting everybody in the middle, so it's just smash mouth football.
Absolutely. That's kind of what you need to do in these field conditions, right?
Yes, that's what sure is.
All right, Gary, one more time. What is your score and time update, please?
LaVille 11, Andrean 8 with 41 seconds left in the first half.
All right, thank you very much, Gary. We appreciate the update. We're going to go from that game to Ryan Sosnowski with an update from Lake Station at Whiting. Ryan, what's going on?
Well, gentlemen, if there's anyone here who is in the audience who oil drilling after watching this football game, they will definitely be staying on that stance, because the Oiler defense has apparently just caked the Eagles offense, and they have no buoyancy over here by the lake, gentlemen. The score is 14-0. Lake Station gets stopped at their own 20-yard line both times. First time they successfully punt the ball, but Davenport throws it to senior Joseph Kiros, number 5, and he runs it in after a throw for a receiving touchdown. Then they tip the punt, then it's 3 up, 3 down. Lake Station punts, and they kind of tipped the punt, and Gabe Eggers rushes in and that puts him about their 10-yard line, and Gabe Eggers rushes a 10-yard touchdown. So the score is 14-0 here with 53 seconds left in the first quarter. All Whiting. Haven't even caught. Lake Station has been unable to get to midfield.
Davenport, he has one touchdown throw, and has he been moving the ball through the air or on the ground?
Well, every time he's getting the ball, it's at the 20-yard line. So the one was like a little bit just a little fade pass there, to Kiros, and then the second one, it was a rushing touchdown. But I would say, and now here's another passing touchdown for Whiting to Kiros again, so he has two. So he aired this one out from the 30-yard line. Like I said, very hard to tell because Whiting hasn't had to really move upfield that much. So,
okay, if you can give us the score and time, please.
Yep. So with 17 seconds left, Whiting leads 20-0, and I'll be calling it at the end of the second quarter probably.
All right, thank you very much, Ryan. We appreciate the update. That is Ryan Sosnowski with an update from Lake Station at Whiting. We're going to go from Whiting to New Prairie with an update from Russell Broadhacker with an update from our Sacred Dunes Game of the Week, Hobart at New Prairie. Ryan, Russell, what's going on?
Howdy, gentlemen. So right now we have about 3 minutes left of the first quarter, but the score is 14-7 New Prairie. So after we got off the phone last time, New Prairie, tied up the ball game. Rickies came back out. It was a simple 3-and-out progression. They punted it, and then that's when Ben Kamichek took it 48 yards into the red zone. Beautiful punt return, and then Reed Robinson took him 5 tries. He was the favored back the entire time. They just kept feeding the ball. He picked up a first down at one point, and then on his 5th run, he scored the touchdown.
Wow.
Extra point was good, so that brought it 14-7.
So, Russell, New Prairie's been a passing team this season. It seems like they're getting the ball or the job done on the ground.
They really are. It's classic football. I'm not really seeing like a read option. They're either running the ball and they're running the ball well, or they're going to pass the ball and they're passing it well. Haven't seen a whole lot of passes, but I have seen Brickies throwing the ball a little bit lately. They were doing their read option back and forth. But between Shearer and Caldwell for the Brickies, they're moving the ball pretty well right now. They're at the 4th down. They're at the 15. I'm thinking they're going to kick a field goal, but right now it looks like their O-line, everybody's staying on the field. They're contemplating going for it. So
all right, well, we'll hang with you.
Yeah, it's been a tooth-and-nail game. One thing that I love to see, both sides, I love to see within reason, but both sides are chirping at each other. They're fired up. You're seeing a little extra shoves after the plays. Like, Brickies know. Like, this game is everything's on the line, man. These are the seniors' last game. Oh, and he dropped it in the end zone. That was Caldwell again. That one's going to sting a little bit. But that also backs up New Prairie pretty close to their own end zone, and Bricky's defense has been tough. So this is just a tooth-and-nail game the entirety.
All right.
We are 2 minutes left in the first quarter with 14-7 New Prairie.
All right, thank you very much, Russell. We appreciate the update. That was Russell Broadhacker with an update from our Sacred Dunes Game of the Week, Hobart at New Prairie. We're going to go from Russell Broadhacker to Tim Hogan with an update from Rensselaer at Griffith. Tim, what's going on?
Hi, guys. First of all, good evening.
Good evening.
Rensselaer took the opening kickoff, 70-yard drive. Hernandez Reyes with a touchdown catch from their quarterback, go up 7-0. Griffith answered with a 3-and-out, punted the ball, 3rd play from scrimmage, interception. Jackson Lawson with the interception. Griffith took over at the own 47-yard line. Unfortunately, they went 3-and-out again, and Rensselaer has just scored again, going for the extra point. It'll be 14-0 with 9 minutes left in the half.
So, Tim, Rensselaer has a little bit of an experience advantage against this Griffith team. Does that show right now?
Oh, absolutely. They've got a bunch of corn-fed boys on that front line, and they are just moving 5-6 yards every play. And they're quick-footed too. They're not just big, strong kids, but their foot speed is really good. They're a good team.
Tim, who scored that second touchdown for Rensselaer?
quarterback. Let me get my roster out, see if I can find it real quick. He also threw the touchdown pass to Hernandez Reyes. Let's see. Last name is Westfall.
Westfall.
Corbin Westfall.
Corbin Westfall.
Yeah.
All right.
So he has one touchdown pass and one rushing touchdown.
He's filling up the stat sheet already. Well, all right, Tim. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. I didn't hear that last part.
He's filling up the stat sheet already. So
yeah. I'm going to tell you. I remember when I first started coaching with Phil at Wheeler. We played Rensselaer quite a bit. Nothing's changed. It's the exact same team, just different players.
Yep, that's a sign of a good program for sure.
Yeah, Chris Meek's good coach. Got to have been there. It's got to be like his 30th year there.
And he keeps winning, so there's a reason for that. So
yes.
All right, Tim. One more time. What is your scoring time update, please?
It is 14-0 Rensselaer over Griffith. 9:14 left in the half.
All right, thank you very much. That was Tim Hogan with an update from Rensselaer at Griffith. We're going to go from Tim Hogan to Jason Hill with an update from Westside at Kankakee Valley. Jason, what's going on?
In the first quarter here at KV, and with the Westside Cougars lead this one 16-7. Two touchdowns by the Westside Cougars. Giuseppe Moore had that first one, like I mentioned earlier, 18 yards on the ground. And then their second drive after KV had stalled out after moving the ball quite successfully. They had the run game there between Arroyo and Castro for the Cougars was able to move the ball on that Westside defense and got the ball all the way down to the Westside 30 and ended up having a big sack and having a punt. Westside then scored on their next possession with a 12-yard run by Omarion Yarbo, and that put up Westside 16-7. They completed both of their 2-point conversions, so putting a little bit of heat on KV here early, and Westside just got the ball back, took over after a pretty good punt from KV. KV had a pretty good drive again on the ground, was able to move the ball into Westside territory on their third possession there, but then a big holding call was against KV, backed him up and put him in a long second down where they opted to throw the ball and struggling with Westside speed a little bit here. And a couple of times that Diego Arroyo has dropped back to pass. There's not much time there before he's got white jerseys flying to the ball. So that ended up stalling out that drive, and Westside's ready to take the field here, 1st and 10 with a minute to go in the first quarter.
All right. Thank you, Jason. We appreciate the update. Give us a call as this game progresses.
All righty, guys.
All right. Thank you very much. That was Jason Hill with an update from Westside of Kankakee Valley. We're going to go from Kankakee Valley to Hanover Central with an update from Al Rodriguez with Calumet at Hanover Central. Al, what's going on?
Hey, I can see my breath. How about that? Anyways, 3 plays, 24 yards, 7 plays, 48 yards. Red on the 3 ran 7 yards for a touchdown. On the second set, he ran 4 yards for a touchdown. First quarter just finished. Score right now is Hanover 21, Calumet 0.
So, Al, it seems like Hanover Central is continuing to do what Hanover Central does. What does Calumet need to do to get back into this game?
Calumet right now doesn't really have much of an offense going. Their quarterback's got a good arm. His receivers just aren't holding the ball. I saw the last snap went past them. So their offense right now is in kind of a disarray. And Hanover's putting a good rush on them. So I think they've got to recover if they can, because Hanover's pretty strong. I mean, I'm watching these kids and I'm listening to previous games, and Hanover's like the Rodney Dangerfield of high school football. They don't get any respect yet.
Right? That's funny. You got a good laugh out of our crew here. So that's true though. They're a very tough program, and they've seen a lot of success the last couple of years. So yeah, it's definitely a circumstance where they're starting to flex their muscle, and they're doing it at the right time.
You think the last 2 years they've gone undefeated in 2 different conferences. So again, no respect yet. They're going to earn it though. It's going to be a good team to watch.
Al, the 21-0 has for Rhett Scored 2 touchdowns?
Correct.
Okay.
All right. Thank you much, Al.
And Kuntz threw the other one to Bartolomeo.
Yes.
You know,
Right.
I wish they would still have those paper sheets that had everybody's player's name on it. Now they got the thing on the got to go on the phone to find it. You know, and when you're 74 years old, those little screens are not easy to read.
I feel you. I mean, I'm 38 years old, and I feel that.
Al, I'm the same age, buddy. I'm the same age. I can do it.
Hanover just scored another touchdown, guys.
How'd they score that one?
Kuntz to Bowen. Another touchdown.
Yeah, Hanover is looking pretty good here, so that's going to bring it to 27-0.
Yes, it's going to be 27-28. Because Emmy Bodie or whatever, Cody, she's a pretty good kicker from the short ranges.
That's right. She doesn't miss
Good
often.
point after kicker. All right, take care, gentlemen.
All right.
Stay warm because it is brisk out here tonight.
We will try to stay warm here in the studio, Al.
Take care.
All right, thank you very much. That was Al Rodriguez with an update from Calumet at Hanover Central. Our phone lines are getting pretty tight, but we are up against a hard break. When we come back, we have Gary Schultz with an update from Andrian and LaVille, and then Russell Brodhacker with an update from our Sacred Dunes Game of the Week. This is Ben Kolodzinski, and this is Game Night, presented by Purdue Federal Credit Union on Lakeshore Public Media, 89.1 FM, The Lakeshore.
This is Game Night, live on Lakeshore Public Media, 89.1 FM, streaming online at lakeshorepublicmedia.org, Facebook, and YouTube.
Support for Lakeshore Public Media is brought to you in part by NIPSCO. At NIPSCO, we're transitioning to cleaner, lower-cost energy sources such as wind and solar to build a brighter future in northern Indiana. Learn more at nipsco.com/future. Sacred Dunes Integrative Health is your comprehensive, holistic wellness center specializing in acupuncture, massage therapy, functional lab testing, nutrition, and herbal medicine. Sacred Dunes, where wellness grows. Visit sacredduneshealth.com. Thinking of going to college? What do you plan to major in? At Ivy Tech Community College, they major in successful careers for you and all of their students. With locations in Michigan City, LaPorte, and Valparaiso, new classes start every few weeks. To get started, visit ivytech.edu. That's ivytech.edu. Ivy Tech students are Indiana's future. Calling all 59ers, Slicers, and Wildcats. Do you have your high school debit card yet? Show your school pride everywhere you go, whether it's Friday Night Lights or your Monday morning commute. Get yours today at your local Purdue Federal Credit Union branch or learn more at purduefed.com. The Plasterers and Cement Masons Local 692 Apprenticeship Training Program provides a path to a career in a skilled trade. You can earn as you learn to be a plasterer or cement mason through an apprenticeship with Local 692. Learn more at plcm692apprenticeship.org.
Tupac Shakur was murdered almost 3 decades ago, but he has remained a cultural force ever since.
He is forever frozen as this really handsome, charismatic, revolutionary type of figure.
I'm Brittany Luce, and as a suspect goes on trial for the rapper's murder, we're getting into Tupac's legacy. On the next, It's Been a Minute from NPR.
Tune in Saturday evening at 6 and Sunday evening at 5 here on Lakeshore Public Media. And now, the Plasterers and Cement Masons Local 692 Scoreboard Update.
What's up, Lakeshore Game Night? Steve Schmidt here, and we have some of these games midway through the second quarter, so let's see what's going on around the region. Starting out with the Sacred Dunes Game of the Week, Hobart at New Prairie in the first quarter. This one's probably not in the second quarter, but it's 14-7 New Prairie. Willie Shear got the scoring started for Hobart on touchdown run. Then the two scores for New Prairie here were Marshall Kamishik's touchdown run and Reed Robinson with one as well. 14-7 New Prairie. Andrean on the road at LaVille for the Beef of the Week this week. This one was at the half, and then LaVille has an 11-8 lead. Lucas Plummer has both scores for LaVille tonight, a field goal and a 27-yard touchdown run. Scott Ballantyne for the 59ers with a 16-yard touchdown run in this one. Westside at Kankakee Valley as we transition now to 4A Sectional 17. In the second quarter, Westside with a 16-17 lead over KV. Lane Zander got the scoring started for Kankakee Valley on a 57-yard touchdown run, and Giuseppe Moore and Omarion Yober with touchdown runs for Westside in this one. East Chicago Central at Highland. Highland with a 14-0 lead in this one in the first quarter. Blake Vanek with a touchdown pass to Nicholas Johnson and Joshua Hubbard with a 2-yard touchdown run. Culver Military at Lowell in the first quarter. Culver Military has a 6-0 lead. 3A sectional 25 here. Twin Lakes at Boone Grove. Last update was back in the first quarter with Boone Grove leading in this one 7-6. Mark Rowland with a touchdown pass to Samir Del Rio. Calumet at Hanover Central. Second quarter, this one is all Hanover Central 28-0. Matt Coons with a pair of touchdown passes in this one, and Caden Verrett with a pair on the ground. River Forest at West Lafayette. Second quarter, this one is all West Lafayette now 28-7. They lead over the Ingots. Aiden Silver with the lone score for River Forest on a 78-yard touchdown run. Rensselaer at Griffith. Second quarter, Rensselaer with a 14-0 lead. Corbin Westfall with a 19-yard touchdown pass to Diego Hernandez-Reyes, and Westfall also with a 1-yard quarterback sneak touchdown, 14-0 Rensselaer. Bremen at Bishop Knoll. Last update in the second quarter, Bremen with a 21-7 lead. The lone score there for Bishop Knoll. Mitch Daniels the fourth with a scoop and score touchdown. Lake Station at Whiting, 14-0 Oilers lead in this one in the first quarter. 1A sectional 41. North Judson is hosting Pioneer tonight, and they have a 6-0 lead at the end of the first quarter, was at the last update. And Culver Community at South Central, 34-8. Culver Community leads in this one. Jack Rogers with 3 touchdowns in this one so far, and Jonas McCune with 2 himself. Ben and Wayne, back to you guys.
All right, thank you. That was Steve Schmidt. This is Ben Kolodzinski back with Wayne Svetanoff, and we have full phone lines with all of tonight's action. We're going to go start here in LaVille with Gary Schultz with an update of Andrean at LaVille. Gary, what's going on?
Well, at halftime, the score is LaVille 11, Andrean 8. After Andrean scored, LaVille was driving. They were intercepted, and the ball was returned to the LaVille 48 by Andrean. They drove down to the 10-yard line. We're at first and goal at the 10 with 19 seconds left. They committed a holding call, moved them back to the 20. The next play, they went for a pass, and it was intercepted on the 2-yard line.
Wow.
And the time ran out.
Well, Gary, it seems like you had a pretty entertaining first half. Where do you see Andrean and LaVille taking this in the second half?
I think it's going to go down to the wire. I mean, both of them are having a little bit of trouble on the field still. Andrean has been moving the ball consistently more in the second quarter than the first. So they have a good shot at winning this one.
So basically, Gary, both teams are dealing with wet fields. What is LaVille doing, better than Andrean?
Well, early on, they were just running the ball, and then they had a couple good pass plays. One thing that's happened to LaVille is that the quarterback has hit 3 or 4 receivers 15 to 20 yards downfield on their hands, and they've dropped them. So it could be a whole different game if those receivers were holding on to some of them balls.
Fair enough. Well, all right, Gary, go ahead and give us a call in the third quarter once the action picks back up.
I will do that.
All right, thank you very much. That was Gary Schultz with an update from Andrean at LaVille. We're going to go from LaVille to New Prairie here with an update from Russell Broadhacker with an update on our Sacred Dunes Game of the Week. Hobart at New Prairie. Russell, what's going on?
Well, guys, the end of the first quarter was all New Prairie. I thought I was seeing double there for a second. There's 2 Kamicheks on this team.
There are. Yes.
Yes, sir. And they're both having a heck of a night. So, biggest play that brought on to the 21-7 lead was Marshall to Bo Kamichek for a 70-yard pass run, brought him into the red zone, and then Marshall Kamichek ends up doing a QB sneaker and brings it on into the end zone, making it 21-7. That ended the first quarter. We are 8:33 left in the second.
So, Russell, what does Hobart need to do to come back into this one?
Well, I'm going to say outright that the New Prairie field right now is just turning into mud in the middle. So I'm seeing Shearer right now is having a lot of problems with his cleats. He's slipping. He just slipped again and got sacked because of it. And it just keeps backing him up. So their run game is kind of falling apart because that was their bread and butter right there. So, and I've seen, like I said, that was Shearer. Caldwell's slipping a little bit. Stafford as well. Like they're having more issues than I'm seeing New Prairie. So I don't know if it's their cleat styles or what have you, but that would be out the gate. I'm sure they'll dress something over at halftime. But it's really just hard-nosed football. I'm watching them right now.
they're running it up the gut, but it looks like New Prairie's defensive line is just holding taut, and then their secondary with their linebackers are right there to fill the gap. So New Prairie's defense is pretty tough. If Brickies want to do anything with this, they're going to have to calibrate over the half and just try to shake it up a little bit.
Russell, is it raining out there, or is it the fact that the field has just been wet all the time?
It rained earlier in the day, but it did, like, the sun was poking out on my drive in, and, the skies looked clear, so I was surprised to see a muddy field. But it's evident that it definitely is muddy, and it's affecting Brickies pretty bad.
All right, Russell, one more time. What is their scoring time update, please?
It is 21-7 New Prairie with 7 minutes and 6 seconds left in the second quarter.
All right, thank you very much. That's Russell Broadhacker with an update from our Sacred Dunes Game of the Week, Hobart at New Prairie. We're going to go from New Prairie to Bishop Knoll, which is being played at Hammond, with Gary Graben with an update from Bremen at Bishop Knoll. Gary, what's going on?
For the second time tonight, Carson Anderson for the Bremen Lions to the left side for a 6-yard touchdown run. The extra point was good, making it 28-7 Bremen over Knoll. And just as I was on hold here, Bishop Knoll went for a 4th and 2 on about the Bremen 43 and did not make it. Bremen now has the ball back in control here, 28-7, with 50 seconds left in the third quarter.
So, Gary, it seems like Bremen's really in control here. Does Bishop Knoll, what do they have to do to kind of fight back?
Well, they've been throwing the ball a lot more, and I will say that the receivers have betrayed the quarterback here just a little bit with some drops on wide open balls. It's there. They're doing a better job defensively here after those first couple of drives. But again, they're going to have to execute here. They get drives that just bog down once they get into Bremen territory. So they're going to have to be able to go all the way, and obviously with just over a quarter left, they're going to be looking for another turnover or some sort of big advantage here to get back in the game. I will say that Bishop Knoll has played better than I expected here. They have not scored over 10 points very often this year, and obviously they're in a position to do that now. They're still in the building program with this team, and to be able to sort of hang with Bremen. Again, they're not equal to Bremen, but they are able to certainly man up on the field, especially with the offensive side of the ball. It's just that defensive side that needs a little bit more stoutness to handle teams like Bremen that have multiple weapons.
Gary, has Bishop Knoll struggled with the field? Is the field wet, or is it just that Bishop Knoll just can't match up?
Here we're not having those field problems here. I think all the rain here is more toward LaPorte County. So we have not had any rain here actually this evening. So the field is fine, and this is a beautiful new turf here where the rain drains easily from what we've had earlier this week. So field conditions really couldn't be much better. It's just Bishop Knoll, again, on defense, putting their 11 against Bremen's best 11 on offense. They just are a little less than able to match up with that.
All right, fair enough, Gary. One more time, what is your score and time update, please?
We have reached the end of the third quarter. It is the Bremen Lions 28 and the Warriors 7.
All right, thank you very much, Gary. We appreciate the update. Give us a call as this one goes on.
You got it.
All right, that was Gary Graben with an update from Bremen at Bishop Knoll. We're going to go from Bishop Knoll to Kankakee Valley with an update from Jason Hill. Jason's got an update from Westside at Kankakee Valley. Jason, what's going on?
We have about 6 minutes to go here in the first half, and Westside leads this one by 2. It is 16-14 Westside over KV in the second quarter. KV just responded with a touchdown of their own. It was about a 65-yard drive, orchestrated all on the ground, and was finally capped off by a 1-yard touchdown run by Braden Swallow for KV. Extra point was good, and Westside is now moving the ball. They are now in KV territory with about 5.5 minutes to go, leading by 2. Just a quick note here, Amarion Yarborough for Westside is a tough runner. The way that he can change levels, get high, get low, and escape some of these holes that are closing pretty quick has been pretty impressive here for Westside. And the speed that they have with Giuseppe Moore being able to get on the outside early here in this first half, they've seen some success. So they're looking to respond here. A big KV touchdown, and Westside's on the field looking to put together a little drive of their own. We are 5 minutes to go, second quarter, Westside leads KV 16-14.
It looks like KV is starting to make a run. They've scored. Now it's only a 2-point game. What does Westside have to do to kind of contain KV?
Well, the first 2 drives, Westside did a really good job on defense holding their ground. They were giving up a few plays on the ground, running the ball, but they didn't break and eventually forced KV to punt. Then they were able to get KV in a third and long situation on the next drive. But this last drive, they've kind of slowed down a little bit. They committed a few penalties, jumped off sides. I believe, Wayne, if they can kind of keep the penalties to the minimum and get the defense off the field, they can keep this thing going here.
All right, fair enough. One more time, Jason, what's your score and time update, please?
There's 4.5 minutes to go. Westside leads KV 16-14.
All right, Jason, thank you much. You've got a barn burner there. We've been looking forward to hearing more from you. All right, that was Jason Hill with an update from Westside at KV. We're going to go from Kankakee Valley to Hanover Central with an update from Al Rodriguez, covering Calumet at Hanover Central. Al, what's going on?
Hey, last set it was 7 plays, 35 yards. Barrett with another touchdown. That's his third for the night. 35-0. 4 minutes and 30 seconds left in the second quarter. Running going here.
Running clock, Al?
No, they won't start that till the second half. But I think, unless I'm wrong, Calumet might have discovered something. They got this running back, Ferguson. I just heard his name called. He's a pretty stocky runner. He gained 7 yards on the last play. He ran again for another 6. They might have some offense going if they get their running game going. Focus a little more on their running game, then drop back to pass. But who am I? I'm just an observer.
So, Al, if you're Calumet, what is your moral victory here?
Well, if they can get this one kid going, which they did that time, they got to get a touchdown going. They got to get a score. And I think their running game right now, this kid's kind of limping, this Ferguson kid. I don't know if he's doing it because he got hurt or he wants my sympathy. Don't know what's going on. But if they keep the running game going, it may open the passing league for them. And that could spell some touchdowns for them. Maybe.
Fair enough. All right, Al, one more time, what's your score and time update, please?
Score right now is Hanover 35, Calumet 0, 3:20 left in the second quarter.
All right, thank you very much. That's Al Rodriguez with an update from Calumet and Hanover Central. We're going to go from Hanover Central to Griffith with an update from Tim Hogan covering the Rensselaer at Griffith game. Tim, what's going on?
Since I left you, that Hernandez-Reyes has scored 2 more times.
Wow.
Right now it is Rensselaer 28, Griffith 0, 1 minute left in the half.
My goodness. So this is all Rensselaer. Is Griffith showing any signs of life, Tim?
None. We had after the first possession when Rensselaer went down and then we went 3 and out, Jackson Lawson had an interception at midfield. Unfortunately, we couldn't do anything with it. And since then, it's been all Rensselaer. They are dominating the line of scrimmage.
Hernandez-Reyes has 3 touchdowns tonight or 2?
He has 3. And the quarterback, that Caldwell, has the other one. The first touchdown Reyes had, he caught a touchdown pass. And then he's ran 2 in the second quarter here.
Okay.
So, Tim, how do you see the rest of this game panning out?
I don't really see much of a change. Like we've talked about over the weeks here, young team, 1 senior, and like Phil said when you interviewed him a couple weeks ago, it's a good JV team going against the varsity team, and it's showing tonight.
All right, thank you much, Tim. One more time, what's your score and time update, please?
It is Griffith 28. I'm sorry, Rensselaer 28. Griffith nothing.
Wishful thinking.
24 seconds left in a half. Yeah, it was.
All right, thank you, Tim. We appreciate it. That's Tim Hogan with an update from Rensselaer and Griffith. We're going to go from Griffith back to New Prairie for our Sacred Dunes game of the week. Russell Broadhacker covering our Hobart at Andrean game. Russell, what's going on?
Hey, guys. Good to talk to you again. So last time we checked in, I was talking about how Brickies needed to put something together. They haven't yet, but I did see some life out of their offense. Sorensen to Caldwell for 50-plus catch and run. They brought it into the 11-yard line, and then they ended up
going for it on 4th and 2, lost that,
Ooh.
putting they did that on the 10, so then that put New Prairie on their own 10-yard line, and in 2 plays, they took it all the way to the house.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, Reed Robinson took that run, 90-yard run straight to the house, broke on the outside. Really no one to beat, no one could touch him. Kids running fast and downhill. So that puts the score currently 28-7 New Prairie with 3 minutes, 18 seconds left of the second quarter.
All right, Russell, we appreciate the update. Hopefully, Hober can get some things moving here leading into the next possession.
Time shot, though.
All right, thank you very much, Russell. We appreciate it. That's Russell Broadhacker with an update from Hobart and New Prairie. We're going to move on, and we have a couple minutes here. Let's try to get Joe Arredondo in with an update from Twin Lakes at Boone Grove. Joe, what's going on out there?
Well, it's outstanding first half defensively for the Boone Grove defense. They were able to bend, but not break. They got Twin Lakes into a couple field goal situations, and that's what they do not do well. They missed a 23-yarder right before halftime with about 6 seconds left in the first half. So Boone Grove holding the 7-6 lead here at halftime. They will get the footballs first to start the third quarter. And hopefully get some offense going and take some heat off their defense. Because yardage-wise, if Dr. Reed was here, he would definitely have the stats that Twin Lakes had an edge in yardage and time of possession. And he would, well, maybe he'd fudge it a little and not know exactly what they were. But, hey, he would still have something that sounded like he was doing the statistics there. So,
Joe, Joe has Twin Lakes kind of dominated this game in possessions and yardage?
They have, but it's because Boone Grove wasn't able to cover the 2 fumbles. I mean, they fumbled 3 times and got 2 of them back. And they were able to sustain the ball and drive the field between, the 20 and the 10-yard line. But they missed 2 field goals, and they missed their extra point. So Boone Grove was able to get stout before the end zone, and Boone Grove didn't have the ball much. They had 2 drives early, and then the touchdown drive was pretty quick. So they really didn't keep their defense off the field much, and they've got guys going both ways. So they need. The Twin Lakes definitely does a great job of possessing the ball and having long drives on offense.
All right. Fair enough, Joe. We appreciate the update. One more time with your scoring time update, please.
All right, the ball has just been kicked off here to start the third, and Boone Grove's going to get decent field position all the way up, maybe close to the 40-yard line. The kickoff was returned by one of the few seniors on the team, Corey Noonan. So, yes, we have just started the third, 11:54 to go in the third quarter, and Boone Grove 7, Twin Lakes 6. Winner gets what looks like Hanover next Friday night in the semifinals.
All right, thank you, Joe. That was Joe Arredondo with an update from Twin Lakes at Boone Grove. We are coming up on a hard break here, but we have some updates from Lake Station and Whiting and Bremen at Bishop Knoll. So Gary and Ryan, stand by. This is Game Night presented by Purdue Federal Credit Union on Lakeshore Public Media, 89.1 FM, The Lakeshore.
This is Game Night, live on Lakeshore Public Media, 89.1 FM. Streaming online at lakeshorepublicmedia.org, Facebook, and YouTube.
The Plasterers and Cement Masons Local 692 Apprenticeship Training Program provides a path to a career in a skilled trade. You can earn as you learn to be a plasterer or cement mason through an apprenticeship with Local 692. Learn more at plcm692apprenticeship.org. Calling all 59ers, Slicers, and Wildcats. Do you have your high school debit card yet? Show your school pride everywhere you go, whether it's Friday Night Lights or your Monday morning commute. Get yours today at your local Purdue Federal Credit Union branch or learn more at purduefed.com. Sacred Dunes Integrative Health is your comprehensive holistic wellness center specializing in acupuncture, massage therapy, functional lab testing, nutrition, and herbal medicine. Sacred Dunes, where wellness grows. Visit sacredduneshealth.com. Thinking of going to college? What do you plan to major in? At Ivy Tech Community College, they major in successful careers for you and all of their students. With locations in Michigan City, LaPorte, and Valparaiso, new classes start every few weeks. To get started, visit ivytech.edu. That's ivytech.edu. Ivy Tech students are Indiana's future. Support for Lakeshore Public Media is brought to you in part by NIPSCO. At NIPSCO, we're transitioning to cleaner, lower-cost energy sources such as wind and solar to build a brighter future in northern Indiana. Learn more at nipsco.com/future.
You're listening to Lakeshore Public Media, 89.1 FM, WLPR FM Lowell. Your home for local news, traffic, weather, sports, and more. Streaming online at lakeshorepublicmedia.org.
And now, the Plasterers and Cement Masons Local 692 scoreboard update.
What's up, Lakeshore Game Night? Steve Schmidt here. We have some of these games starting the second half now. It's been a fast-moving night of action here in the opening week of the sectional round of the state tournament, so let's see what's going on. Starting out in the Sacred Dunes game of the week, Hobart at New Prairie. New Prairie leads in this one 21-7. Marshall Kamishik for the New Prairie Cougars, 2 touchdown runs in this one. Andrean at LaVille, this one's in the second half. LaVille leads in this one 11-8. Lucas Plummer has both scores for LaVille on a 29-yard field goal and a 27-yard touchdown on a 4th and 12 play. Scott Ballantyne for the 59ers responded with a 16-yard touchdown run. Westside at Kankakee Valley, second quarter. Westside with a 16-14 lead over KV. The scores for KV: Lane Zander, a 57-yard touchdown run, and Braden Swallow with a 1-yard run. For Westside, Giuseppe Moore and Omarion Yover with touchdown runs in this one. East Chicago Central at Highland. Highland leads in this one 21-0. Blake Vanek with a touchdown pass to Nicholas Johnson. Joshua Hubbard with a 2-yard touchdown run, and Jason Lawrence with a 28-yard touchdown run in this one. Culver Military at Lowell. In this one, Culver Military leads in this one 14-7 in the second quarter. 3A sectional 25, Twin Lakes at Boone Grove. This one is just now starting the second half. It's 7-6 Boone Grove. Twin Lakes got the scoring started on their first drive of the first quarter, and then Boone Grove responded with a touchdown pass from Mark Rowland to Samir Del Rio. Calumet at Hanover Central in the second quarter. It's 35-0 Wildcats. Caden Verrett, 3 touchdowns in this one. Matt Coons has a pair of touchdown passes as well. 35-0 Wildcats. River Forest at West Lafayette. Second quarter update is West Lafayette leads in this one at home 28-7. The lone scorer for River Forest with a 78-yard touchdown run by Aiden Silver. Rensselaer at Griffith, second quarter. This one is all Rensselaer. They lead 28-0. Diego Hernandez Reyes has 3 total touchdowns tonight, 2 of them rushing on the ground, and the quarterback Corbin Westfall with a touchdown pass to Reyes, and he also ran one in as well. Bremen at Bishop Knoll. Third quarter, Bremen leads in this one 28-7 over the Warriors. The lone scorer for Bishop Knoll was Mitch Daniels IV with a scoop and score touchdown. Lake Station at Whiting, last update was in the first quarter. Whiting led 14-0. Moving on now to 1A sectional 41, Pioneer at North Judson. Last update here was at the half. North Judson leads 20-14 over Pioneer. And another halftime score here is Culver Community on the road at South Central. Culver leads 34-8. Jonas McEwen with 2 touchdowns, and Jack Rogers has 3 touchdowns for the Cavaliers. Ben, back to you.
All right, Ben Kolodzinski back with you. We have full phone lines here, so we're going to go straight to Gary Graben with an update from Bremen at Bishop Knoll. Gary, what's going on? Gary, are you there?
Yep, I'm here.
All right, Gary, what's going on out there?
A 28-yard touchdown pass from Silas Ladig to Noah Woldauer for the Lions. Extra point was good, making it 35-7. And just as you were coming to me, Tyrus Graverson, about a 60-yard interception return for a touchdown. Extra point is good. It has blown out to a 42-7 Bremen lead over Bishop Knoll with 7:18 to go in the game.
So we're in a running clock situation here, Gary. As a correspondent, what are you looking forward to for both of these teams as this game winds down?
Well, if you're Bremen, it's just time to get out of here healthy. And if you're Bishop Knoll, you still want to have some positive plays. Tyler Milby has done a great job here in his first year establishing his culture. This team plays hard. They want to finish strong, go into the off season here with some things they can hang their hat on.
Sure.
But Bremen really has dominated the second half here and put Bishop Knoll away. So, again, I think for Bremen, it's get out of here healthy and host the Wheeler Bearcats next week.
Okay.
And for Bishop Knoll, let's get to the weight room and see if we can be even better next year.
All right, fair enough. Thank you, Gary. Give us a call when this one goes final, would you please?
Sure will.
All right, thank you very much. That's Gary Graven with an update from Bremen at Bishop Knoll. We're going to go from Bishop Knoll to Whiting with an update from Ryan Sosnowski, an update from Lake Station at Whiting. Ryan, what's going on? Ryan, are you there?
Sorry. Oh, this is Russell from New Prairie.
All right, we're going to go ahead and talk to Russell Broadhacker from an update from our Sacred Dunes game of the week. Hobart at New Prairie. Russell, what's going on?
Hey guys, so much like Gary, this is kind of turning into a blowout here.
Oh wow!
It is 34-7. New Prairie just missed their extra point, which would have made it 35-7. But I want to give a shout out to Hobart. Their quarterback, I mean, they are throwing the ball really well. Sorensen is doing some long balls, tight spirals, into the wind a little bit. There's a slight breeze. But New Prairie's coverage is just so tight that it's making it almost impossible for those receivers to gather those in. So that being said, they ended up having a punt on their possession. It ended up getting deflected, so it goes about 15 yards, and Reed Robinson for Connor Stafford for New Prairie collects it and takes it 45 yards to the house.
Wow.
Making that 34-7.
Yeah, it seems like we're really in kind of an avalanche here, and it seems like Hobart's in some quicksand. What do they need to do to get out of this funk right here for the Brickies?
Oh, man, it's going to take some magic and a whole lot of willpower. I will say that, like, the culture from Hobart's side, they're still very much engaged in the game. Their team's still hustling on and off the field. No one's getting down. I'm not really seeing them, normally around this time, you're down this much, you start seeing a lot of personal fouls or something, nothing like that.
Okay.
So I'm really liking the program that they're running over there. This is just definitely New Prairie's game. I don't think there's any stopping them. I think this has only just begun. I'm expecting more points to be put up by New Prairie. But as long as that life stays over there for the Brickies, I'd like to see a couple more touchdowns. But it's just not really looking plausible right now. There's 40 seconds left in the second quarter. So we'll see what the second half brings.
Russell, you were talking about, Sorensen really passing the ball well, but has he been able to complete it, or are the defensive backs for New Prairie just shutting them down?
So, I mean, he's got a couple 50-yard gathers on the night. I'd say about 3 of them. So a couple of them have been completed, but they knew Caldwell was going to be an issue, them being New Prairie, and they just had his number all night. So, I don't think that really falls on Sorensen. Like I said earlier in the game, he was flipping a little bit more because of this, because of the field conditions. But in all honesty, it's just New Prairie is playing their top game right now. They're the better team tonight.
All right, fair enough, Russell. Do us a favor, give us a call back as this game gets into the third quarter.
Sounds good, guys.
All right, thank you very much. Russell Broadhacker with an update from our Sacred Dunes Game of the Week, Hobart at New Prairie. While we're here, let's go ahead and head back to Ryan Sosnowski with an update from Lake Station at Whiting. Ryan, do we have you this time?
Hey, gentlemen. So the score here in halftime is Whiting leads Lake Station 28-0.
Oh, wow.
With about 2 minutes left in the second quarter, Davenport had a nice little touchdown pass to Cameron Patterson, who converted for the score, which brought it up to 28-0.
Is that Davenport's third or second touchdown?
It'd be his third touchdown.
Third touchdown, okay.
So right now, Ryan, is it just Whiting, or is it just what is the feel for the game? Is there a way for these teams to come back into it?
I think it'd be pretty tough for Lake Station to get back into the game.
Yeah.
I will say with the Lake Station program, the goal is to just start chipping away.
Sure.
Start to really, do some things right here at the end of the season and on as much of a positive note as you can with this score. Maybe keep it from being a running clock. So I would say here, Lake Station has at least stopped Whiting a couple times this quarter compared to the first. But it's just about chipping away, trying to get more stops, maybe preventing this game from being, from a running clock so you could hear that beautiful train going up and down the track a couple more times. But
All right, thank you much, Ryan. One more time, what is your score and time update, please?
At halftime, Whiting leads Lake Station 28-0.
All right, thank you very much. That's Ryan Sosnowski with an update from Lake Station at Whiting. We're going to go from one end of our listening audience to the other end of our listening audience. We're going to go from Whiting to Kankakee Valley with an update from Jason Hill covering Westside at KV. Jason, what's going on?
Man, you're not kidding. It is really one end to the other. The drive down here was nice. It really was. But, man, was it long. Here at halftime, we have the score 22-16. KV has come back to take the lead here.
Oh, wow.
There was a great drive for KV that ended in a 30-yard catch and run from Diego Arroyo to Adrian Uckman for KV. Their two-point conversion was ran in by Marco Castro, and it put them 6 points up here at half. Interesting. Had a great kickoff return for the Cougars with about a minute to go. Or excuse me, for Westside, both Cougars there. Try not to get anybody confused out there. Westside had a nice kickoff return and had the ball with about a minute at midfield. And one play went nowhere. They were very slow to the line. Second play got about 4 yards and then opted not to run a third play. And oddly enough, called their timeout. KV was halfway to the locker room. Ended up that Westside called the timeout with 1 second left. Very odd play, and it was just an odd ending to the half. After KV had responded with a touchdown, it was a great kickoff return. He thought you might want to use a little bit of that momentum. Maybe see if we can get a quick score before half, but they thought otherwise. And here we are, 22-16, KV leading Westside at halftime.
All right, thank you much, Jason. We appreciate the update. Looking forward to hearing more from you in the second half.
All righty, guys.
All right, that was Jason Hill with an update from Westside at Kankakee Valley. We're going to go from Kankakee Valley back to LaVille. Gary Schultz with an update from our Beef of the Week, Andrean at LaVille. Gary, what's going on?
Hi. At the end of the third quarter, the score is LaVille 19, Andrean 8. Been a quick third quarter. LaVille got the ball on their own 34, went 12 plays down to the 17 of Andrian on a 4th and 4. They went for it, and the quarterback was going to try to go around the end, and he slipped and fell. Andrian took over on the 17, drove out to the 39. Then they had a 2-yard loss, 2 incompletions. Then a bad snap from the center, and the Andrian punter fell out on their own 15, and then LaVille punched it in on 3 running plays.
So, Gary, what does Andrian need to do to come back here?
Well, they just returned the opening kickoff, or the kickoff after the touchdown down to the LaVille 20.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Wow.
So that's good field position there. Is Andrian showing the opportunity to score on this LaVille defense, or is it more of a hit and miss type situation?
I think it's been a little more hit and miss. They did have some good running plays. They were trying to run the ball a little bit more there in the third quarter. But then when they tried a couple of passes, on the first one, the receiver just fell down, slipped and fell when the ball was coming to him. And in the second one, the quarterback was pressured and just had to throw it out of bounds.
All right, thank you, Gary. One more time, score and time update, please.
At the end of the third quarter, LaVille 19, Andrian 8.
All right, thank you very much, Gary. We appreciate the update.
All righty.
All right, so we have a lot of action that has already happened. We're just trying to rest our vocal cords here a little bit, but it's not quite time for a break yet, Coach. Where are you? What is surprising you right now? What are you keeping your eye on here, Coach Svetanoff? What's piquing your interest?
2 games, actually. Andrian and LaVille. Andrian beat LaVille last year. A lot of motivation for LaVille. They're up. LaVille is up 19-8.
Okay.
Now, Andrian's still in the game.
Right.
There's 1 quarter to play. Okay. Andrian is down, 11?
2 scores,
So they have to score twice. So they're going to have to put the ball up.
Sure.
I think they're going to have to score quickly and then score again in this quarter.
Sure.
The other one is Westside and Kankakee Valley.
Yeah.
Westside seemed to have Kankakee Valley's number early on, but boy, Kankakee Valley came back now. Kankakee Valley is up 22-16.
Sure.
Westside has not scored since early on, I believe, in the second quarter.
Well, speaking of a back-and-forth game, we've got Joe Arredondo on the line with an update from Twin Lakes at Boone Grove. Joe, what's going on?
All right, it's been a different second half so far. Boone Grove has made some adjustments. They came out, ran the ball nicely, but also threw it effectively. Got down the field inside the 10-yard line, but a decent snap was fumbled by Mark Rowland, and it was recovered by Twin Lakes at the 13-yard line. So that was a big momentum swing for Twin Lakes, but they, 2 plays later, they snapped it over the head of their quarterback into the end zone, and the quarterback did recover it, but he slid out of the end zone, and I think the Wolves got a break because it looked like he might have covered it in the end zone and just slid, out of the end zone, but they were awarded a safety. So Boone Grove took a 9-6 lead, then they got the free kick, and Mark Rowland was best throw of the night, just connected 17 yards to Chad Kakis, the senior running back. Extra point was good, and the Wolves now lead 16-6 with 6:47 to go here, third quarter.
I want you to know that go ahead.
A lot of momentum, guys, right now for the Fighting Tom Maloney's.
Yeah, speaking of Tom Maloney, I see him, I'm making eye contact with him right now. He is doing a happy dance right now in our studio control. So a pretty exciting time to be a Boone Grove Wolf right now. So, Joe, you've got a pretty exciting one. What is Twin Lakes going to have to do to counteract this momentum?
Well, and Boone Grove has given them opportunities. Boone Grove has really been hampered by penalties tonight. They overcame them on that last drive. Obviously, the bad snap really put Twin Lakes in a bad situation. I think they just got to get back on their, where their offense was in the first quarter and cash in on some of these drives. They dominated time of possession. They got down there in the red zone, but they were not able to put any points on the board. They weren't able to make a big play to get a touchdown. We just got another pass interference penalty called on Boone Grove. And Ben, and Wayne knows from basketball, when the state tournament starts, you have officials that you're not familiar with.
Sure.
And they really call the game probably differently than you're used to. That is what's happened tonight. There's been a lot of penalties. There's been a lot of penalties. Actually, I'm going to give a shout-out right now to number 60, offensive lineman Zach Ellman for Boone Grove. He was called for a lineman downfield on that last drive, and he was able to negotiate. I don't know if he's on a debate team or not. He was able to negotiate with a couple of the officials.
Wow!
To get and they did communicate with each other and talk to each other, and he was claiming it was a screen pass. It was thrown behind the line of scrimmage. That's why he was downfield, and once they talked about it, they picked up the flag.
Wow. You don't see that
You don't always see that.
No, you don't. That's wild, Joe. It's first time for everything. So, all right, Joe, one more.
Another poor snap, guys. That's going to put Twin Lakes back to the 35-yard line.
Wow.
So they're going to have third down and long. It is 6:30 in the clock running, third quarter. Wolves with a 16-6 lead here at home over Twin Lakes in the Class 3A sectional.
All right, thank you very much, Joe. We appreciate the update. You've got a fun one there. Give us a call when this game keeps moving.
All right.
All righty, thank you much. That was Joe Arredondo with Twin Lakes at Boone Grove. We have an update from Gary Graben here in a little bit, but it's after our hard break. This is Ben Kolodzinski and Wayne Svetanoff for Game Night, presented by Purdue Federal Credit Union on Lakeshore Public Media, 89.1 FM, The Lakeshore.
This is Game Night, live on Lakeshore Public Media, 89.1 FM, streaming online at lakeshorepublicmedia.org, Facebook, and YouTube.
Thinking of going to college? What do you plan to major in? At Ivy Tech Community College, they major in successful careers for you and all of their students. With locations in Michigan City, LaPorte, and Valparaiso, new classes start every few weeks. To get started, visit ivytech.edu. That's ivytech.edu. Ivy Tech students are Indiana's future. The Plasterers and Cement Masons Local 692 Apprenticeship Training Program provides a path to a career in a skilled trade. You can earn as you learn to be a plasterer or cement mason through an apprenticeship with Local 692. Learn more at plcm692apprenticeship.org. Sacred Dunes Integrative Health is your comprehensive holistic wellness center specializing in acupuncture, massage therapy, functional lab testing, nutrition, and herbal medicine. Sacred Dunes, where wellness grows. Visit sacredduneshealth.com. Calling all 59ers, Slicers, and Wildcats. Do you have your high school debit card yet? Show your school pride everywhere you go, whether it's Friday night lights or your Monday morning commute. Get yours today at your local Purdue Federal Credit Union branch or learn more at purduefed.com. Support for Lakeshore Public Media is brought to you in part by NIPSCO. At NIPSCO, we're transitioning to cleaner, lower-cost energy sources such as wind and solar to build a brighter future in northern Indiana. Learn more at nipsco.com/future.
This is Halloween, pumpkins scream in the middle of the night.
This is the time of the year that things go bump in the night. The scary and the unexplainable cause such a fright. Join us if you dare for Snap Judgment's Halloween Spooktacular. Host Glenn Washington will bring you true-life supernatural stories told firsthand by people who can barely believe it happened themselves. Be afraid. Tune in on All Hallows Eve, beginning at 9 a.m. here on Lakeshore Public Media, 89.1 FM.
Do not miss it.
And now, the Plasterers and Cement Masons Local 692 scoreboard update.
What's up, Lakeshore Game Night? Steve Schmidt here, and we have second half coverage here in the sectional opening round of the state tournament, so let's see what's going on around the region. Starting out in the Sacred Dunes game of the week, Hobart at New Prairie at the half. This one is all New Prairie, 34-7. Hobart actually got the scoring started back in the first quarter on their first drive with a Willie Shearer touchdown run, but since then it's been 34 unanswered for the Cougars. Andrean at LaVille, third quarter. This one's actually now in the fourth quarter. LaVille leads in this one 19-8 over the 59ers. Scott Ballantyne with the lone score on a 16-yard touchdown run. Westside at Kankakee Valley. This one has been back and forth. Kankakee Valley leads at the half 22-16. Lane Zander got the scoring started on a 57-yard touchdown run for KV. Giuseppe Moore, O'Mary, and Yober with scores in the first quarter for Westside. And then Braden Swallow with a touchdown run and a 30-yard touchdown pass from Diego Arroyo to Adrian Uckman to make it 22-16 KV. EC Central at Highland in the second quarter. Highland leads this one 42-0. Blake Vanek with a touchdown pass to Nicholas Johnson. Joshua Hubbard has 2 touchdowns in this one. So does Jason Lawrence. And Dylan Zoom with a 34-yard scoop and score for the Trojans in this one. Culver Military at Lowell, second quarter. Culver Military leads in this one 14-7. Tay Rodriguez with a touchdown reception to put them up in this one. Twin Lakes at Boone Grove. You just heard this one from Joe before the break. In the third quarter, Boone Grove leads in this one 16-6 over the Twin Lakes Indians. Calumet at Hanover Central. This one's at the half, and Hanover Central leads 14-0. Matt Kuntz has 3 touchdowns through the air tonight, and Caden Ferret has 3 touchdowns on the ground. 42-0 Wildcats halftime. River Forest on the road at West Lafayette, and this one is all West Lafayette as it's 35-7. Second quarter in this one was the last update. Lone score there for River Forest was Aiden Silver with a 78-yard touchdown run. Rensselaer at Griffith. Second quarter here, 28-0. Rensselaer leads in this one. Diego Hernandez-Reyes has 3 touchdowns, 2 of them on the ground, and 1 receiving from Corbin Westfall, and Westfall has also ran 1 in. Bremen at Bishop Knoll. Last update was a score of 42-7. Bremen in this one in the third quarter. Winner of that one takes on Wheeler next week. Lake Station at Whiting at the half. Whiting with a 28-0 lead over Lake Station. Pioneer at North Judson. The last update was at the half with North Judson leading 20-14. And Culver Community and South Central. Last update was a halftime score 34-8. Big night for Jack Rogers as he has 3 touchdowns in this one for the Cavaliers. Ben and Wayne, back to you guys.
All right, thank you. That was Steve Schmidt with an update. This is Ben Kolodzinski here with, we got a little feedback there with Wayne Svetanoff. We have an update from Gary Graben with Bremen and Bishop Knoll. Gary, what's going on?
After we went to running clock, we have gone final here at 42-7, Bremen over Bishop Knoll. Again, too much Bremen, too many weapons. Bishop Knoll coming along, but still has a lot of work to do.
So, Gary, it seems like this was all Bremen. Where does Bishop Knoll stand? What do they need to do moving forward?
Well, I was just talking with the principal, Lorenza Pastrick, who actually, ironically, is a girl that I coached about 20 years ago.
Oh, wow.
And Lorenza, who is nothing but school-spirited, is a big believer in what Coach Milby is doing here, also believing that next year when they have their new field in place, as they have here at Hammond, she was even talking about that, a beautiful field here, simple in design, but still beautiful and effective, that might even increase numbers, all the good stuff that goes with that. But Bishop Knoll has been in a hole for a while, and they're not going to get out of this hole in just one season. So getting the boys in the weight room, all the things that need to happen, that's where Bishop Knoll goes from this point on.
All right. Well, thank you very much, Gary. We appreciate the update. We're looking forward to hearing more from you next week.
Sounds good, boys.
All right. Thank you much. That was Gary Graven with an update from a lopsided victory, Bremen over Bishop Knoll. We're going to go from Bishop Knoll to LaVille with Gary Schultz with an update from our Beef of the Week, Andran at LaVille. Gary, what's going on?
With 8:26 left in the game, LaVille 19, Andrian 18.
Ooh, wow.
Or 16. 16.
Okay.
And when I left you, they'd run a kickoff to the 20 on 4th and 5 from the 15. They had a 15-yard TD pass. Did a little razzle-dazzle on the extra point, handed off to the running back, who handed it up back to the wide receiver coming the other way, and threw a 2-point conversion to Valentine, the quarterback.
Wow. That's called the Philly Special. That's one of my favorite plays.
Andrian kicked off, did a onside kick, appeared to have recovered it, but they touched the ball before it went 10 yards.
Oh.
So LaVille got it on the 50, and now they've driven down to the Andrian 27-yard line.
How much time is left in this game?
8 minutes, 10 seconds.
Lot of time.
Still quite a bit, right? So, Gary, is LaVille's offense starting to move the ball here a little bit, or is it still kind of that stuck in the mud?
They're moving it pretty good. They're running the ball pretty good. They've run, and here's I can figure they've run about 16 or 17 plays in the second half. And they're just challenging Andrew, and they've not put no wide receivers out on any plays in the second half.
Wow.
Everybody's been in tight.
Wow. I guess you kind of have to do that in the tough field conditions there.
Now, where's the ball right now?
It's on the Andrian 25, 2nd and 8 for LaVille.
All right. Thank you much, Gary. One more time, was your scoring time update, please?
Score is LaVille 19, Andrian 16 with 7 minutes and 10 seconds left.
All right, thank you very much. That is Gary Schultz with an update from our Beef of the Week, Andrian at LaVille. We're going to go from LaVille to Ryan Sosnowski with an update from Lake Station at Whiting. Ryan, what's going on?
All right, at the start of the half, Nick Davenport runs the keeper in to make the score 34-0, and then the extra point was not good. So the score is 34-0 Whiting, 8 minutes left in the third.
So Whiting just keeps pouring it on and pouring it on and pouring it on. What has been so impressive by Whiting today?
Well, the main thing that's impressive is Davenport seems to really be hitting his targets, not a lot of incomplete passes, and then they're not afraid to run the ball as well. So just between those, with the run working and the pass working, really makes it tough to stop. And then the defense is playing well, too, because they've allowed 0 points, and I don't think Lake Station's crossed the midfield yet.
Ryan, you said that Nick Davenport has 4 touchdowns. Are they all passing, or are they split 2-2, or what?
3 passing touchdowns, and then he ran one in himself.
Okay.
My goodness. So pretty much, a one-man show here. Ryan, one more time, what is your scoring time update, please?
With 7 minutes and 34 seconds left at Ray P. Galvin Field in Whiting, the Whiting Oilers lead the Lake Station Fighting Eagles 34-0.
Thank you very much, Ryan. We appreciate the update. All right, that was Ryan Sosnowski with an update from Lake Station at Whiting. So, Coach, we have a little bit of time here to kind of breathe and kind of take it all in right now. We're seeing a lot of games that are becoming pretty lopsided. And as a coach, how do you motivate a team that's down by that much?
Well, that's a tough thing because this is not the regular season. There is no tomorrow. If you lose, tonight, you're done.
Right.
So, I mean, you should think that there'd be self-motivation by this point.
Well, sure.
But again, you can certainly try to maybe change up some of the plays that are called.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe that could make a little difference.
Sure.
Your defense has to get a little stronger, but when that momentum shifts in a sectional, it's hard.
Right.
It's real hard to come back off of that.
It has to be. And as a player, you get so deflated. I know that my final game was a pretty close game. It was against Portage. It was a one-score game until Albert Evans decided to run 92 yards for a touchdown to make it a couple-score game. And by that point, it was pretty much all said and done. But it's definitely a situation where you want to make sure that you're giving it your all in these final games. And it's definitely a tough circumstance for some of these kids that are ending their season, potentially their career on this Friday night here. And
it's tough if it hurts probably more if it's a 1 point or 2 point or a 3 point game.
Yeah.
But if you're blown out, boy, that's tough also.
Yeah.
That's tough if you're a junior thinking about coming back.
Yeah.
And if you're a senior, you don't want to leave on that particular note.
Sure. Speaking of a lopsided game, we've got Al Rodriguez with an update from Calumet at Hanover Central. Al, what's going on?
Hey, how you guys doing? Well, Hanover scored last touchdown of the first half, 8 plays, 74 yards. Coons threw his last touchdown pass of the game because they've got the secondary in now. This Resney threw a touchdown pass to start the third quarter. Went for a 2-point conversion because we have a running clock. It was a 27-yard pass. Score right now with 5 minutes left in the third quarter is Hanover 48, Calumet 0.
48-0 here. So Hanover has been really impressive. Who would you say is the MVP right now for Hanover?
Well, I'd have to say they're running back, but I don't know. Kuntz is orchestrating a pretty good game in the first half. Of course, we got the second half, so it's going to be a toss-up. I think when you really look, I would have to say the whole team, the offense and defense, came out to play.
The most valuable player is the whole team. But then again, look at the score. They're doing something right.
They are. They're playing well. And I really think, looking back, if Calumet might have stayed a little longer with their running game before throwing so many passes, it might have been a closer game. Because they're starting to get – he just fumbled the ball. Hanover recovered. Well, Hanover recovered the pass on the 40-yard line.
The rich keep getting richer. Well, all right, Al, one more time. What is your scoring time update, please?
Score right now is Hanover 48. They just recovered a fumble on Calumet 40-yard line. Calumet 0. 3:49 left in the third quarter.
All right, thank you very much.
Clock.
Appreciate it, Al. That is Al Rodriguez with an update from Calumet at Hanover Central. We're going to go from Hanover to Boone Grove with an update from Joe Arredondo with Twin Lakes at Boone Grove. Joe, what's going on?
We've had a Johnny Bobus 25-yard field goal for Boone Grove to up the score to 19-6. We've got 45 seconds to go third quarter. Twin Lakes is driving the football. They're in that territory again, inside the 15, where they've been so many times tonight. And Boone Grove's defense has been able to bend and not break and not allow them to cash in on most of those attempts. We talked about penalties and special teams on the field, and Twin Lakes has gone full Cody Whitehair here in the third quarter, and they have not been able to snap the football.
Wow.
And that's led to a couple turnovers. The last field goal was a result of a poor snap that was recovered by Boone Grove again. which set up that field goal by Johnny Bobas. So I don't know. There was a lineman that got hurt in the first half but on defense, so I don't know if he was the center or not. But they did not have these kind of snap problems in the first half. It has been a nightmare here snapping the football for them in the second half.
Joe, who's the kicker?
Johnny Bobas from 25 yards away, and the cheers you hear in the background when Al Rodriguez was on the phone are the Hanover Central Wildcat fans who don't want to go to Twin Lakes next week. They'd rather be home for a game with Boone Grove.
That must be what it is, Joe. So right now, it appears that Boone Grove's defense is bending but not breaking. Do you think they still have what it takes to kind of hold firm and hold Twin Lakes out of the end zone?
Yeah. You know, they've done it. They've done it at least three times tonight. And we've talked about their field goal. I mean, they've missed 2 field goals and an extra point tonight, and those were just missed kicks.
Yeah.
Those snaps were okay. So it's not their strength, and their special teams has let them down here, and they're snapping the football here in the third quarter has really let them down.
All right, thank you much, Joe. I appreciate it. One more time, what was your score and time update, please?
It is Boone Grove 19 and Twin Lakes 6 as we start the fourth.
All right, thank you much, Joe. We appreciate that. We've got real quick, let's try to get an update from Gary Schultz with an update from Andrian at LaVille. Gary, what's going on?
All right, with 3 minutes left to go, LaVille just punched it in.
Oh.
Andrian had LaVille stopped in 4th down on the 12. Andrian was going for the field goal. The kicker missed it, but Andrian ran into the kicker and brought him down.
Oh, no.
Ripping the kicker, so they got the ball at the 6, and in 3 plays, they punched it in to take a 25-16 lead with the extra point. Looks like they're going for 2 pending.
Sounds like you're hearing an overrated chant in the background there, Gary.
I wouldn't listen to I'm kind of by the LaVille student section, so.
Apparently so, because looking at Andrian's record at 3-6 and LaVille being 8-1, I'm not so sure Andrian is overrated at this point.
No.
But I will say this, Gary, does Andrian have a shot to come back and take and tie this game up?
They're down 9 points right now with 2:59. Unless this guy runs a kickoff back for a touchdown, I don't think so, because LaVille has just been very effectively running the ball, running and getting first downs.
Sure.
They're just lining up and punching it at him and getting 3-4 yards of the game. And, the second half, the clock has gone very quick.
Sure. Well, all right, Gary, one more time. Was your score and time update, please?
All right. With 2 minutes and 59 seconds left, LaVille 25, Andrian 16.
All right, thank you very much, Gary. We appreciate it. That is Gary Schultz with an update from our Andrian at LaVille Beef of the Week. We have some full phone lines, but we are up against a hard break. We have Jason Hill on hold and Tim Hogan. We will get to you as soon as we can right after break. This is Game Night presented by Purdue Federal Credit Union on Lakeshore Public Media, 89.1 FM, The Lakeshore.
This is Game Night, live on Lakeshore Public Media, 89.1 FM, streaming online at lakeshorepublicmedia.org, Facebook, and YouTube.
The Plasterers and Cement Masons Local 692 Apprenticeship Training Program provides a path to a career in a skilled trade. You can earn as you learn to be a plasterer or cement mason through an apprenticeship with Local 692. Learn more at plcm692apprenticeship.org. Sacred Dunes Integrative Health is your comprehensive holistic wellness center specializing in acupuncture, massage therapy, functional lab testing, nutrition, and herbal medicine. Sacred Dunes, where wellness grows. Visit sacredduneshealth.com. Thinking of going to college? What do you plan to major in? At Ivy Tech Community College, they major in successful careers for you and all of their students. With locations in Michigan City, LaPorte, and Valparaiso, new classes start every few weeks. To get started, visit ivytech.edu. That's ivytech.edu. Ivy Tech students are Indiana's future. Support for Lakeshore Public Media is brought to you in part by NIPSCO. At NIPSCO, we're transitioning to cleaner, lower-cost energy sources such as wind and solar to build a brighter future in northern Indiana. Learn more at nipsco.com/future. Calling all 59ers, Slicers, and Wildcats. Do you have your high school debit card yet? Show your school pride everywhere you go, whether it's Friday Night Lights or your Monday morning commute. Get yours today at your local Purdue Federal Credit Union branch or learn more at purduefed.com.
As the saying goes, all politics is local. Nothing is more local than the municipal races across Northwest Indiana during this election season. Join Lakeshore Public Media 89.1 FM on Tuesday, November 7th at 7 p.m. for live local election night coverage. We'll have real-time numbers as well as in-studio analysis, and we'll hear from the winning candidates across Lake, Porter, and LaPorte counties. It's election night coverage, Tuesday, November 7th at 7 p.m. here on Lakeshore Public Media 89.1 FM, streaming live on Facebook, YouTube, and your smart speaker. And now, the Plasterers and Cement Masons Local 692 scoreboard update.
What's up, Lakeshore Game Night? Steve Schmidt here. All these games in the region are in the second half now, so let's see what's going on around the region. Starting out in the Sacred Dunes game of the week, Hobart at New Prairie at the half. New Prairie leads 34-7. Willie Shearer of the Brickies got the scoring started on the fourth play of the game. Touchdown there made it 7-0 Hobart, but since then has been 34 unanswered for the Cougars. That's where we stand right now in the second half. Andrean at LaVille, you just heard this update before the break. LaVille has now taken a 25-16 lead over Andrean. Scott Ballantyne has both touchdowns for the 59ers in this one. Westside at Kankakee Valley in the second half. Kankakee Valley with a 22-16 lead over Westside. East Chicago Central at Highland. Halftime here, it's 49-0. Highland, Jason Lawrence and Joshua Hubbard each have 2 touchdowns in this one for the Trojans. Culver Military at Lowell. This one is in the second half, and it's 14-7. Culver Military, they took the lead on a Tay Rodriguez touchdown reception. Twin Lakes at Boone Grove. In the third quarter, it's 19-6 Boone Grove. Johnny Bobos with a 25-yard field goal for the most recent score in that one for the Wolves. Calumet at Hanover Central. In the third quarter, this one is all Hanover Central. They're up 48-0. Matt Kuntz has 3 touchdown passes tonight, and Caden Verrett has 3 on the ground. River Forest at West Lafayette. In the fourth quarter, West Lafayette now holds a 42-13 lead over the Ingots in this one. Rensselaer at Griffith in the third quarter. Rensselaer with a 35-6 lead. Diego Hernandez Reyes for the Bombers with 3 touchdowns in this one, and the score for Griffith was Jason Quillen receiving a 72-yard touchdown pass from Colton Strezzo. Bremen at Bishop Knoll's gone final. Bremen will be hosting Wheeler next week. Final score on this one was 42-7. Lake Station at Whiting, third quarter. Whiting with a 34-0 lead. Nick Davenport has 4 touchdowns on the night for the Oilers. Pioneer at North Judson as we transition now to 1A Sectional 41. At the end of the third quarter, North Judson leads 34-14. And finally, Culver Community at South Central in the third quarter. Culver Community now leads 40-8. Jack Rogers with his 4th touchdown on the night. He has 211 yards on the ground, courtesy of Jim Peters on Twitter. Ben and Wayne, back to you guys.
All right, thank you, Steve. That was Steve Schmidt with a scoreboard update. This is Ben Kolodzinski here with Wayne Svetanoff. We have full phone lines right now, so we're going to have to move pretty quick. We got Jason Hill with an update from Westside at Kankakee Valley. Jason, what's going on?
Well, guys, we are in the third quarter here with about a minute and a half to go, and it is all tied up at 22. Westside had the very first possession of the second half, and it took 7.5 minutes, but it was finally punched in the end zone by Marion Yolber for Westside, giving him 2 touchdowns on tonight. And as the third quarter comes within 1 minute left, we are all tied at 22. Real quick, just KV's ensuing drive, their first drive of the second half here. As soon as they crossed into Westside territory, their drive stalled. But a beautiful punt. It pinned Westside back inside their own 5, where it is now 3rd and 10. So as the third quarter comes to an end here within the next minute, it is still all tied up 22-22 here at KV versus Westside.
Jason, what, West Side seems to be running ball. Are they trying to pass the ball at all?
Not at all. There is zero indication that they're going to throw the ball. So being on the field here now, some of the receivers actually hear them kind of grumbling. They are open, but there's a lot of design runs and direct handoffs either between Giuseppe Moore, their quarterback, and Omarion Yober, their running back. So a lot of design runs right up the gut and trying to use their speed to the outside. Outside of a few penalties and a couple of big plays by KV, they've been holding their own here tonight.
Jason, the quarterback, Moore, how many touchdowns does he have?
He has Jarvo, the running back, has 2, and Giuseppe has 1.
Okay.
The quarterback, Giuseppe Moore, has 1 touchdown.
Right. Okay.
Rushing. About 18 yards. It's a beautiful run to start up the game.
All right. Thank you, Jason. One more time. We're just scoring time update, please.
The fourth quarter is getting ready to get started, and we are all tied up 22-22 KV versus Westside. Fourth quarter action.
All right. Thank you much. That's Jason Hill. You've got an exciting one. We're going to hear more from you as this day goes on. All right. We're going to go from Jason Hill to Tim Hogan with an update from Rensselaer Griffith. Tim, what's going on?
Well, we started out the second half. Griffith, unfortunately, went on a 3-and-out. Rensselaer answered with a drive, missed the 45-yard field goal attempt. Griffith responded with, unfortunately, another 3-and-out, punted. Rensselaer answered with a drive of their own, with Hernandez Reyes scoring, putting us into the running clock mode at 35-0. Griffith answered with a 70-yard touchdown pass from Colton Strezzo to Jason Quillen, made it 35-6. Rensselaer answered that with a touchdown run from, it's a new guy, so I got to see the name. Let's see, Carter Ogburn. He went about 50 yards for a touchdown, made it 42-6. And then Griffith just answered with another touchdown pass from Colton Strezzo to Jason Dillon to make it 42-13 with a minute and a half left in the game.
All right, Gary, we appreciate it. Thanks for this is not Gary. I'm sorry. This is Tim Hogan. I apologize. Tim, we appreciate your update. Give us a call when this one goes final, please.
Hey, I'm going to go final in about 1 minute.
Okay. Well, fair enough.
It's going to be 42-13.
It is. Okay. We appreciate it, Tim. Thank you very much. Looking forward to hearing more from you next week.
Yeah, good luck and a great job, you guys, all year. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Tim.
Thanks,
we appreciate
Tim.
all
Thanks
the
for you.
Yeah, thank you for all your help that you've given us, this season as well.
Not a problem. Appreciate it.
All right, thank you much. That was Tim Hogan with an update from his game there. We've got Ryan Sosnowski with an update from Lake Station at Whiting. Ryan, what's going on?
All right, Whiting starts off the fourth quarter with a rushing touchdown by Gabe Eggers, which and the extra point was good. So Whiting leads Lake Station 40-0, running clock with 6 minutes and 43 seconds to go.
All right, Ryan, do us a favor here. Give us a call back when this one goes final, would you please?
Will do.
All right, thank you very much. That's Ryan Sosnowski with an update from Lake Station at Whiting. We've got a running clock with just a few minutes to go. We're going to move on to Gary Schultz with an update from Andrian at LaVille. Gary, this one's coming down to the wire. What's going on?
With 1:35 left, the score is now LaVille 25, Andrian 23. Andrian returned the kick to the 20-yard line, and in 2-3 plays punched it in to score, and then kicked the extra point. So there's 1:35 left. LaVille has the ball, and they're in the victory formation.
Okay. Some excitement there, Gary. What's going on?
They just took a kneel down, and the referee stops the clock, and Andrian doesn't have any timeout, so I don't know what's going on.
Well, I figured they can rectify this by restarting that clock pretty easily for now.
Yeah.
So, Gary, what is the final going to end up being here?
I'm trying to figure out, I don't know, because if they don't get this clock running, it's third down for LaVille, and they're not going to be able to run out the clock. So I'm kind of at a loss for right now for what's going on.
A little
here.
bit of clock drama going on. Maybe there was an offensive penalty or something?
Pardon me?
Was there an offensive penalty that they called or anything like that?
No, I don't know what's going on. The referees are now conferring. I think they may be as confused as I am.
Usually at home, you don't stop the clock.
Right, exactly. All right, Gary, we're going to go ahead and put you on hold here, and we're going to come back to you.
All right, I'll go on hold.
All right, sounds good. While they sort that out, we're going to go to Joe Arredondo with an update from Twin Lakes at Boone Grove. Joe, what's going on?
Well, guys, we've been having some big momentum swings here. It appeared that Boone Grove was going to stop Twin Lakes again inside the 20. They sacked the quarterback, but Boone Grove did give up a touchdown as Tristan Robertson, 5'8" senior wide receiver, caught a 17-yard touchdown pass after those sacks and cut the lead to 19-13.
Ooh.
Then it was a great kickoff. The coverage team tackled Boone Grove inside the 10.
Wow.
Boone Grove went 3 and out, and then had to kick the ball back to Twin Lakes, who took over offensively with all the momentum at midfield. But Corey Noonan, a senior for Boone, just made a great interception here on the near sideline to change the field position at least. They just did not convert a 3rd down and 2. And now Boone Grove is going to have to punt. Josh Oglesby's their punter. He's had a tremendous. Now they went for it on 4th and 2, and they pick up the 1st down. Oh, wow. That's some cold-blooded coaching right there.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. So what's our scenario right now, Joe?
So Boone Grove has a new set of downs. They have the ball outside the 40. They went on a 4th and 2 fake punt, snapped it to the up man. He took it for 4 yards, needed 2 for the 1st down. So now the clock is running. New set of downs, 1st and 10 at the Boone Grove 40 for the Wolves, trying to kill this clock and get some more points.
All right, Joe, one more time. How much time is left there?
Inside of 7 minutes.
Okay.
And it's 19-13 Boone. Great job by the running back here as they pitched it outside, and Chris Gonzalez made sure he stayed inbounds and went down. So they gained 5. It'll be 2nd and 5 outside the 45-yard line.
All right, thank you very much, Joe.
Momentum swings here. It looked like Boone Grove had this one in hand, but the touchdown really changed the mo, and then the huge interception by Corey Noonan.
All righty. We appreciate it, Joe. It sounds like your game's going to come down to the wire there. That was looking forward to hearing more from you as this one gets down to the end.
All righty.
That is
we'll see you guys.
Joe Arredondo with an update from it got wiped off of my spreadsheet here. Update versus Boone Grove and Twin Lakes. All right, well, we're going to go back to Gary Schultz with an update from Andrian and LaVille. Gary, what's going on? Gary, you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Did we figure out what the clock issue was?
Evidently, the referee must have blown the whistle for some reason before the play started, because they reset it back to the original spot and went back to 2nd down.
Okay.
So now there's 45 seconds left. It's 3rd down, so they'll kneel it down for another play. Should be able to run the clock out.
Okay, fair enough. Gary, what was the key to this game?
I think the key to the game was Andrian turnovers. They had several turnovers, they're miscues. They roughed the kicker, which allowed them, LaVille to score at the end. They recovered the onside punt, but they touched it before it went, or onside kick, they touched it before it went 10 yards. So there are just a lot of miscues that they could have really taken advantage of and probably won the game.
All right. Thank you very much, Gary. We greatly appreciate you calling this game for us. Is there anything else you want to add before we let you go?
No, it was a good, exciting game tonight.
Excellent, excellent. Thank you, Gary. We appreciate everything you do for us.
All
right, thank you much. That was Gary Schultz with an update from our Beef of the Week, Andrean falling to LaVille. At the end, we're going to go from Gary Schultz to Jason Hill with an update from Westside versus Kankakee Valley. Jason, what's going on?
Hey guys, we have 9 minutes to go in the game, and we have had some momentum swings of our own here down in DeMont. It is now 30-22. KV took the lead.
Oh wow!
I mentioned on my last call that there was a beautiful punt by KV that pinned Westside within their own 5, and it forced Westside to punt on their own 5, which was not good. Thankfully, there was an early whistle, and on a 4th down, it looked like a little bit of trickery maybe from Westside. Trying to go for a 4th down deep into their own territory.
Wow.
There was a mishandle on the snap, and the West Side player was blown. The play was blown dead, and the West Side player was declared down inside the 5. KV took over 2 plays. Marco Castro punched it in the end zone. However, on the ensuing kickoff, Marcel Dixon for the West Side Cougars has had a couple of run backs, and he had one back from his own 25 to the KV 35. So set up Westside within good field position here. We'll see if they can take advantage. But it is 30-22 KV with 9 minutes to go in this game.
All right. Thank you very much, Jason. We appreciate the update. Looking forward to hearing more from you. All right, and we're going to get one more call in before our hard break. We've got Al Rodriguez with an update from Calumet and Hanover Central. Al, what's going on?
Hey, we got a final here. Calumet to score 2 touchdowns, late touchdowns in the 4th quarter, converted the point after. But we have a final of 48-16.
All right, Al, seems like Hanover does what Hanover does. What was the key to this game here?
They just got a good team. I mean, they look out. Their defense was strong. Their offense was strong. They just look good.
Yeah, fair enough.
Well, that'll do it usually, Al.
Normally that's how
good.
Goes.
That's right.
You know you can't give it to one. You can't give it to the running back because you can't have. He couldn't get anywhere with that offensive line. They held Calumet till the 4th quarter. You can't give it to the running backs alone or the quarterback because these guys got to hold the line. So I give it to both offense and defense, and a shout out to the coach. He had a great game plan for tonight.
All right, Al, that's fantastic, and Hanover moves to 10-0 on the season.
Good for Hanover. Al, one more time, what was that final?
Final score: Hanover 48, Calumet 16.
All right, thank you much. That was
good night, gentlemen.
Good night. That's Al Rodriguez with an update from Calumet at Hanover Central. All right, we have a hard break here. We're going to come back and get an update from our Sacred Dunes Game of the Week, Hobart at New Prairie. This is Game Night presented by Purdue Federal Credit Union on Lakeshore Public Media, 89.1 FM, streaming on Facebook and YouTube.
This is Game Night, live on Lakeshore Public Media, 89.1 FM, streaming online at lakeshorepublicmedia.org, Facebook, and YouTube.
Support for Lakeshore Public Media is brought to you in part by NIPSCO. At NIPSCO, we're transitioning to cleaner, lower-cost energy sources such as wind and solar to build a brighter future in northern Indiana. Learn more at nipsco.com/future. Calling all 59ers, Slicers, and Wildcats. Do you have your high school debit card yet? Show your school pride everywhere you go, whether it's Friday night lights or your Monday morning commute. Get yours today at your local Purdue Federal Credit Union branch or learn more at purduefed.com. The Plasterers and Cement Masons Local 692 Apprenticeship Training Program provides a path to a career in a skilled trade. You can earn as you learn to be a plasterer or cement mason through an apprenticeship with Local 692. Learn more at plcm692apprenticeship.org. Thinking of going to college? What do you plan to major in? At Ivy Tech Community College, they major in successful careers for you and all of their students. With locations in Michigan City, LaPorte, and Valparaiso, new classes start every few weeks. To get started, visit ivytech.edu. That's ivytech.edu. Ivy Tech students are Indiana's future. Sacred Dunes Integrative Health is your comprehensive holistic wellness center specializing in acupuncture, massage therapy, functional lab testing, nutrition, and herbal medicine. Sacred Dunes, where wellness grows. Visit sacredduneshealth.com.
You're listening to Lakeshore Public Media, 89.1 FM, WLPR FM, Lowell. Your home for local news, traffic, weather, sports, and more. Streaming online at lakeshorepublicmedia.org. And now, the Plasterers and Cement Masons Local 692 scoreboard update.
What's up, Lakeshore Game Night? Steve Schmidt here. We got some finals starting to roll in here to the Game Night studio, so let's see what's going on around the region. Starting out with the Sacred Dunes game of the week. Last update for Hobart and New Prairie was at the half, 34-7. New Prairie with the lead in this one. Andrean at LaVille. This one is actually still going on, it appears. 25-23. LaVille leads in this one. We'll get you a final as soon as that one becomes prevalent. Westside at Kinky Valley in the fourth quarter. KV has just taken a 30-22 lead on a Marco Castro 2-yard touchdown run. East Chicago Central at Highland in the fourth quarter here. Highland holds a 56-6 lead over the Cardinals in this one. Culver Military at Lowell in the fourth quarter. Culver Military is holding on to their 14-7 lead. Tay Rodriguez with a touchdown reception in this one. Caden Thompson with a touchdown run for the Red Devils. Twin Lakes at Boone Grove, fourth quarter. Boone Grove with a 19-13 lead over Twin Lakes in this one. This one's going to come down to the wire. Calumet at Hanover Central is our first final of the night, and Hanover Central improves to 10-0 on the season and advances to the semifinal next weekend, 48-16 over the Warriors. River Forest at West Lafayette. West Lafayette's a winner tonight, 42-13 over the Ingots. Rensselaer at Griffith has gone final, and Rensselaer is a winner tonight, 42-13. Diego Hernandez Reyes with 4 touchdowns tonight. Bremen at Bishop Knoll. Bremen is a winner tonight, 42-7. They move on to the semifinal round. Lake Station at Whiting in the fourth quarter. Whiting holds a 40-0 lead. Nick Davenport with 4 touchdowns for the Oilers. Pioneer at North Judson at the end of the third quarter. North Judson's up in this one, 34-14. Triton takes down North Newton tonight, 71-6. And Culver Community is up over South Central on this one, 40-8. Jack Rogers with, it's 40-15 in that one. Jack Rogers with 4 touchdowns tonight for the Cavaliers in this one. Ben and Wayne, back to you guys.
Ben Kolodzinski and Wayne Svetanoff back with you here. We're going to go ahead and open up Andrew's mic here right now. There has been some confusion, it appears, with the end of the Andrean game. The death of Andrean was greatly exaggerated. What is the situation, and can you explain what's going on here, Andrew?
Well, first off, shout out to the IHSAA network that graciously puts games online for us at this time of year, but I'm looking at the game right now, and apparently it looks like Andrean is lined up to take a field goal, but the refs are still discussing on the sideline.
So the last we heard is that this game was going to be knelt out and that it went final, according to our correspondent. But for whatever reason, there's been some confusion that we're unaware of with the clock, and Andrean has the ball in field goal range. And so at this point right now, we're going to have to hit pause here and come back to this because we have our full phone lines right now, but something very strange going on with this Andrean game. All right, we're going to go to Russell Broadhacker with an update from our Sacred Dunes Game of the Week. Hobart at New Prairie. Russell, what's going on?
Good evening, gentlemen. So right now there is 9 minutes, 30 seconds left to go in the fourth quarter, but New Prairie is up 42-7 against the Brickies. The last touchdown came from Reed. He rushed it in for about 10 yards, resulting into that 42-7 lead. A huge thing that I've noticed here on the Bricky side, I talked about it earlier, is I wasn't seeing a lot of penalties out of them before. I'm starting to see them now. Little games, extra holdings. Just like, you know, they're definitely tired, muddy, and cold, and it's starting to show in their play, and they're getting penalized for it.
Yeah, that's not good. You don't like to see games get chippy at this point, Russell. You know, obviously it's very disappointing for Hobart right now, but the last thing you want is to tarnish a well-played game at this point.
How long? How much time is left in that game, Russ?
So right now there are 9 minutes left. I think they just
Wow.
started the run clock.
Okay, wow. So 9 minutes to go. Yeah, that game's taken quite a bit here. So we're going to actually have to let you go here, Russell. Give us a call back once this game gets closer to final.
Will do, gentlemen. Take care.
All right, thank you very much. We're going to actually call an audible here and move to Gary Schultz with an update from Andrean and LaVille. Gary, what's going on?
Well, it's third down, and LaVille's quarterback ran around a little bit so he could waste some time, then went down. The play clock and the scoreboard clock were simultaneously counting down from 40. With 10 seconds left, the referee called a timeout. And we've spent 15 minutes here as the referees have been having a discussion. They've talked to the LaVille bench. Now they're talking to the Andrian bench. And still nothing's happened, but the scoreboard has been reset to 40 seconds and the play clock has been reset to 40 seconds.
My goodness, Gary. Football's a relatively simple sport. I don't know how the confusion here could happen. Do you have any inkling or any idea what this could be?
I have no idea what's going on. Everybody's just kind of standing here trying to figure it out. Everybody's just clueless as to what's going on. That's the second time that referee has stopped the game for apparently no reason.
And Andrian is lined up for a field goal?
No. It's fourth down for LaVille. Fourth down on their own 25-yard line. So when the play clock starts, the game clocks are starting. It should run out.
But it's fourth down. But they didn't stop the play. Anyways, Gary.
No, it was a run. The previous play was a running play, so the clock should be running. So when the official whistles the ball in play, it should start running.
Okay.
Because it was a running play, so the clock should have never stopped to begin with.
Okay, fair enough. Gary, we're going to go ahead and put you on hold here again. And we're going to have to move on and chat with Joe Arredondo with an update from Twin Lakes at Boone Grove. Joe, what's going on?
Guys, we are all right, guys, we're final 26-13.
Wow.
Boone Grove has won the football game. They did get the ball back. It was a Hunter Noonan touchdown catch was the last score of the game. And then huge night for the Noonan twins. Corey Noonan with 2 interceptions after the Hunter Noonan touchdown catch to make it 26-13. On the next drive, he had another interception, his second pick of the second half. To put this game away, Boone Grove was able to kill the clock, but not before more penalties. And the Wolves win 2 in a row at home to break in their new stadium, their new field, and they'll be headed to Cedar Lake to take on Hanover Central next Friday night.
Joe, what was the key to this game?
I think it was the bend, don't break defense for Boone, and they made some adjustments on offense. They ran the ball much more effectively. The Hunter Noonan touchdown catch was set up by a tremendous call on a counter play. Chad Kakis ran it from about the 50 inside the 10-yard line, was tripped up from behind. Some great adjustments at halftime, and special teams was huge. Josh Oglesby punted very well. But the player of the game here in the second half was Corey Noonan. He made 2 huge interceptions. When the momentum was going Twin Lakes' way, he had the biggest play of the game with the pick. One of the few seniors. The Noonan twins are seniors, and they get a home sectional win on their new field. You guys want me to try to hang out and grab Corey Noonan?
Well, actually, Joe, we are completely jam-packed right now on our phone line, so we appreciate it.
26-13, that's the final. Boone Grove travels to Hanover next Friday night.
All right, thank you very much, Joe. That's Joe Arredondo, the best in the business. Thank you for everything tonight.
Okay, bye-bye.
Bye. That is Joe Arredondo with the final. Boone Grove takes down Twin Lakes. So we're going to go back to Gary Schultz, hopefully with an update from Andrian at LaVille. Jerry, what's going on?
Well, the update is the officials have now come back and they're now talking to the LaVille coach.
Oh, gee.
This is like an episode of Benny Hill. This is incredible. This is the most incredible thing that I've ever seen. So it's just a discussion with coaches to coaches. What's going on here?
I really don't know. I don't understand why they stopped the clock. They let 30 seconds run off the clock before they stopped it. Because it was the play ended with 40 seconds. Now they put it. Now they put 42 seconds on the game clock.
Oh my gosh!
So that means when the play starts, they can run the clock down to
2 seconds.
2 seconds, and the quarterback should be able to run around and run the clock out. But, well, let's see with these referees. I'm not sure that'll happen.
Yeah, who knows? Gary, do us a favor. Give us a call back when this game goes final. Would you please?
I will do that.
All right, thank you very much. Gary Schultz with an update from our Beef of the Week, the most wild ending to a football game I have ever seen that does not involve actual action on the field. We will go to Jason Hill with an update from Gary Westside at Kankakee Valley. Jason, what's going on?
Hey, guys. Fourth quarter with about 3 minutes to go here. KV has seized momentum and the lead here. It is 37-22. Marco Castro, another tough run. KV had a fantastic drive on the ground. Was really all Castro. He had a great night. He got in the end zone, 11 yards for his second touchdown. Just a tough runner, big back, can get low, and man, he's taking some hits and he's delivered some hits. Beautiful stiff arm. He can lower his shoulder and give a hit, keep those feet moving. But he helped extend that lead. It is now 37-22 with 2:54 to go in this game. Westside is running a 4th and 5 play, which looks like they're going to come up a little bit short, and that could be our ball game, depending on how the timeouts. And if there's any craziness that trickles over from LaVille to here. But 37-22, KV leading Westside. 2.5 minutes to go in this ball game.
Jason, how many touchdowns does Castro have on the night?
Castro has 2 tonight. He's got a 1-yard touchdown run and an 11-yard touchdown run. I mean, I'm unofficial statistician here on the sideline, but I'd estimate he's got to have over 150 yards on the ground tonight. KV really fed him the ball all game long and just rode him. And he was fortunate enough to score twice tonight.
Fair enough.
Good.
All right, Jason, do us a favor. Give us a call when this game goes final.
Will do.
All right, thank you much. That's Jason Hill with an update from Westside at Kankakee Valley. We're going to go to Ryan Sosnowski with an update from Lake Station at Whiting. Ryan, what's going on?
All right, we have a final. Whiting won 40-0 over Lake Station, and you will either host LaVille or travel to Andran whenever the refs decide who has heads and tails.
We were trying to get that information for you, Ryan, but I don't think this officiating crew is going to get good grades from the IHSAA and allow this game to go final. You know, we only have 45 minutes left in this show. We'll see if we can get a final before this show's over.
I just never heard of a football game decided by whoever hits heads or tails on a coin. So.
No kidding. So, Ryan, tell me about your game here. Did Whiting look that good, or was Lake Station just struggling?
Lake Station was just struggling. Davenport essentially had 4 touchdowns, 3 passing, 1 rushing, and then Quiros had 2 touchdowns for the night as well on the rush. So those were pretty much your stats, and the Lake Station defense couldn't stop their offense.
Sure.
And the offense really struggled with the Whiting defense. And that is a correction. Gabe Eggers had 2 rushing touchdowns. Davenport connected with Quiros for his passing touchdown.
All right, fair enough, Ryan. We appreciate it. You've had, in my opinion, the nicest venue, or one of the nicer venues in Northwest Indiana with the trains. So I hope you had a good time and great job covering this game for us here for up in Whiting.
Hey, no problem.
All right, thank you very much. That's Ryan Sosnowski with an update from Lake Station and Whiting. Whiting winning that game, running away. All right, we do have an update from Gary Schultz here. Finally, we hope. Gary, an update from our Beef of the Week. Andran at LaVille. Gary, what's going on?
Final score, LaVille 25, Andrian 23.
Wow.
They finally settled on 42 seconds on the game clock, 40 on the snap count. LaVille let the clock run down to 3 seconds and called a timeout. Took the snap, the quarterback ran around and went down after time ran out.
Yeah, that's probably an efficient way to do that. It just seems ridiculous to me, Gary, how the officiating crew can just sap the momentum out of that game.
Yeah, they did a couple times. I'm not a person who usually criticizes refereeing, but these guys were not that good.
Sure. So that's rough.
They did it. They really interrupted the momentum of the game.
Yep. So, Gary, we mentioned earlier, and you kind of gave us the key was Andrean, their turnovers and their mistakes being the key to the game. Do you still think that's the case?
Yeah, I think so. They had a couple passes. They had a pass intercepted when they were driving. Clearly, the last touchdown that LaVille got was due to the fact that they roughed the kicker.
Right.
They would have not got that touchdown without roughing the kicker. So.
All right, fair enough.
Yeah, their mistakes cost them.
All right, thank you much, Gary. One more time, what was that final score?
Final score, LaVille 25, Andrian 23.
All right, thank you very much. That's Gary Schultz with an update from the Andrean at LaVille game. Thank you very much, Gary. Well, there has been a lot of action going on, and I'm going to need to hydrate here a little bit because I'm starting to perspire from all these things happening. This is Game Night presented by Purdue Federal Credit Union on Lakeshore Public Media, 89.1 FM, The Lakeshore.
This is Game Night, live on Lakeshore Public Media, 89.1 FM, streaming online at lakeshorepublicmedia.org, Facebook, and YouTube.
Sacred Dunes Integrative Health is your comprehensive holistic wellness center specializing in acupuncture, massage therapy, functional lab testing, nutrition, and herbal medicine. Sacred Dunes, where wellness grows. Visit sacredduneshealth.com. The Plasterers and Cement Masons Local 692 Apprenticeship Training Program provides a path to a career in a skilled trade. You can earn as you learn to be a plasterer or cement mason through an apprenticeship with Local 692. Learn more at plcm692apprenticeship.org. Thinking of going to college? What do you plan to major in? At Ivy Tech Community College, they major in successful careers for you and all of their students. With locations in Michigan City, LaPorte, and Valparaiso, new classes start every few weeks. To get started, visit ivytech.edu. That's ivytech.edu. Ivy Tech students are Indiana's future. Calling all 59ers, Slicers, and Wildcats. Do you have your high school debit card yet? Show your school pride everywhere you go, whether it's Friday night lights or your Monday morning commute. Get yours today at your local Purdue Federal Credit Union branch or learn more at purduefed.com. Support for Lakeshore Public Media is brought to you in part by NIPSCO. At NIPSCO, we're transitioning to cleaner, lower-cost energy sources such as wind and solar to build a brighter future in northern Indiana. Learn more at nipsco.com/future.
This is Halloween, pumpkin scream in the middle of night.
This is the time of the year that things go bump in the night. The scary and the unexplainable cause such a fright. Join us if you dare for Snap Judgment's Halloween Spooktacular. Host Glenn Washington will bring you true-life supernatural stories told firsthand by people who can barely believe it happened themselves.
Be afraid.
Tune in on All Hallows Eve, beginning at 9 a.m. here on Lakeshore Public Media, 89.1 FM.
Do not miss it.
And now, the Plasterers and Cement Masons Local 692 scoreboard update.
What's up, Lakeshore Game Night? Steve Schmidt here, and we've had a lot of excitement here tonight in the opening week of sectionals for the state tournament. So let's see what's going on around the region. Starting out with the Sacred Dunes game of the week, Hobart at New Prairie in the fourth quarter. New Prairie has a 42-7 lead. They scored 42 unanswered over the Brickies tonight. Andrean at LaVille for the beef of the week, and we can officially report this game is final. It's all over with now. LaVille is a winner tonight, 25-23 over the 59ers. Scott Ballantyne has 3 touchdowns for the 59ers in the game tonight. Westside at Kankakee Valley in the fourth quarter. KV's opened up a 37-22 lead. 2 touchdowns for Marco Castro in the fourth quarter put the Cougars with a K up in this one. East C Central at Highland, last update at the end of the third quarter, 56-6. Highland leads in this one. Culver Military at Lowell, fourth quarter. Culver Military has added a field goal. It's 17-7 in the fourth quarter. Twin Lakes at Boone Grove, fourth quarter, or this one's actually gone final. Boone Grove is a winner tonight, 26-13. Boone Grove advances in the sectional tournament. Calumet at Hanover Central has gone final. Hanover Central is a winner, 48-16 over Calumet tonight. Matt Coons had 3 touchdowns through the air tonight. River Forest at West Lafayette has gone final. Also, West Lafayette takes down the Ingots tonight, 42-13. River Forest and Griffith has also gone final, and Rensselaer and Griffith rather, and Rensselaer is a winner, 42-13. Big night for Diego Hernandez Reyes as he had 4 touchdowns in total tonight. Bremen takes down Bishop Knoll tonight on the road. They will be hosting Wheeler next week. They win this game tonight, 42-7. Lake Station at Whiting has also gone final. Whiting shuts out the Eagles tonight, 40-0. Pioneer at North Judson has gone final. North Judson's winner tonight, 40-14 over the Pioneer Panthers. Triton at North Newton. Triton's a winner, 71-6 over the Spartans. And Culver Community takes down South Central, 40-15. Jack Rogers with 4 touchdowns in this one. Ben and Wayne, back to you guys.
All right, thank you, Steve. This is Ben Kolodzinski back with Wayne Svetanoff, and we've got a coach that's going to be joining us here shortly. Wayne, I want to talk to you about the Sacred Dunes game of the week. We expected kind of a close ball game here, but it was anything but.
Yeah, it was exciting, and I guess for the fans.
I think we have Coach McKim. Coach McKim, are you there?
Coach Jim, Lakeshore Public Radio. Awesome. Hello.
Hey, Coach McKim, this is Ben Kolodzinski here. Congratulations on a big victory.
Thank you very much.
So what was the key to your victory here?
I would say the biggest thing was our ability to execute on offense. Right away we were down 7-0. The defense didn't really give up another meaningful point. Our defense was huge, and our offense just responding right away. Defense got a stop. We're up 14-7. We felt like we could do a lot of the things that we wanted on offense, and the defense really stood up tonight, stopped a really good offensive football team.
Coach, at the beginning of this one, I thought this was the most balanced game maybe of the night. But, boy, certainly didn't turn out that way. And you have to be very impressed with your defense to hold Hobart to just 7 points.
No question. This was a tough week for us. We're coming off 2 weeks where we faced 2 6A schools. One of them was, really tight last week in the rain. We have a lot of kids who are sick. We have kids who are banged up. This just was a gritty effort by our young men. And our defense, they just don't quit. They've gotten so much better throughout the year. Our entire team is built on the defense. They make it really hard for us in practice, and that helps us try to perform on offense on Friday nights. And luckily, we were a lot more consistent tonight than we had been the previous weeks on offense.
So, Coach, last year you were a run-heavy team with Noah Mungia and all that group. This year you've been passing the ball a little bit more often. What has changed in your dynamic offense there to go more towards a pass-heavy offense?
Well, I think the biggest thing is we're able to take shots a lot more when we want to. Marshall Kamichak, his ability to extend plays, make smart decisions, not take big losses, and really his ability to get the ball down the field accurately, even with some pressure in his face, has been the real difference. On the outside, Reese Lapsinski and Bo Kamichak are both guys who are going both ways. They're playing corner and receiver. They're rotating the receiver position. They've just really developed into clean route runners and have gotten faster, more explosive, and have a great rapport with their quarterback, and it shows up, especially in the scramble drill.
Coach, is your defense basically senior-led, or is it a young defense?
It's funny you say that. I would actually, we lost 7 off of the defense from last year. We fill with a lot of seniors each year,
But we probably have more juniors on the team this year than we've had in previous. Every year since I've been here so far, our secondary, our corners, both of our corners have been seniors every single year so far. So, yeah, absolutely. We definitely have a lot of seniors, but we have a lot of guys who are waiting in the wings, who are developing and playing. They rotate in and are ready to play the next year, and this year definitely proves that point.
So, Coach, you ended your season last year as state runner-up for 4A. Obviously, you're not looking ahead to that, but how does it feel to get one of the more difficult foes in your sectional out of the way immediately?
Like I said, we were coming into this game. It was a tough draw coming off some really tough weeks. I didn't include Riley in that mix. Riley was a really physical game that we played. In week 7, week 8 was against Penn. Our offense was extremely stagnant. Week 9, it was a bit of a mess weather-wise, but we had a great second half after a really difficult first half. So I just think it's really huge because, like I said, there were some things that were concerning to us. Some guys banged up a little bit, not feeling great. So to come out here following those kinds of physical games and to be able to come out here and play really well, that's the kind of thing that changes the season, and that's what we're hoping for, that we can really put it together and put a great run together.
All right, Coach, thank you for your time. We appreciate it. Congratulations on a strong victory, and go celebrate with your team.
Thank you very much. Go Cougars.
Go Cougars. That was Coach Casey McKim. I am biased to say one of my best friends in the entire world, but also a very talented coach, and he has New Prairie playing very well. We'll come back to this game, but we have Jason Hill waiting for us. We got Jason Hill with an update from Westside at KV. This is a final score from Jason. Jason, what's going on?
Hey guys, got a final down here in the Montaigne. Key Valley comes out on top, 37-22 over Westside.
37-22. So this game was a little more lopsided than I was expecting. What was the key to for KV?
It didn't break. Westside jumped out, KV jumped out early, 7-0. Westside responded, took the lead, 16-7. KV was able to keep their offense on the field and keep the ball in Marco Castro's hands. A lot of tough running by the running back for KV tonight. 2 touchdowns on the ground. And they came in the fourth quarter when they needed it most. I know the score seems a little lopsided, right? A 15-point victory for KV. But this was a close one all the way into the fourth quarter. We were tied 22-22. And Westside kind of shot themselves in the foot with a botched fourth down inside their own 10, which gave KV the lead a few plays after that. And then Westside just couldn't get anything going offensively after that. KV was able to put in another security touchdown, and they got a 2-point conversion to put that at a 15-point lead, knowing that Westside was kind of struggling offensively. So that was kind of the big thing there for KV, just being able to keep coming back no matter what Westside threw at them. Great game. Both sides of the ball. Westside played a pretty clean game. Just came up short in the end there.
Jason, I noticed that after the half, or did you notice, I should say, after the half, did Key Valley do anything defensively different, or is it just simply being able to stop Westside?
I think they kind of honed in on Westside wasn't going to throw the ball. There was a lot of runs between the tackles. So KV was able to kind of bring that extra man or two in and really make it tough on Westside to be able to get anything going. I think that was the adjustment. I know Westside had a couple of speedy guys out there on the edges, but really did not look for them at all. And I think that Coach Kennedy saw that and kind of just shoved an extra guy, an extra head or two there in the box, and bet on his defense said, come beat us.
Right. Well, all right, Jason, one more time. What was that final score?
We have a final KV over Westside, 37-22.
37-22. Thank you, Jason. Excellent job as always. Looking forward to hearing more from you next week.
Have a great night, guys.
You as well. Thank you, Jason. So Wayne, what has piqued your interest this week? Because I believe we are at the point where every single game in Northwest Indiana has gone final. Is that the case, Steve? Let's put Steve's mic up.
Yeah, every game in the region that we're covering tonight has gone final with the exception of one, Bowman and South Newton, but we haven't received an update from them tonight. So let's just assume, just for fun, it's 100-99 and this game is still going on.
Man, that sounds like a record. If anyone does have an update from that, please feel free to send us a message on social media, or you can send us a telegram, a tweet, a text, a smoke signal, whatever we need to do to get that information. But yeah, we're at the end of our night here, Wayne. What's caught your eye?
Well, I'll tell you what's caught my eye. The Andrean and LaVille game.
Gosh, yes.
You know, that had to catch everybody's eye.
Sure.
I'm telling you, that was a crazy ending. It was a close game. Andrean made a nice comeback, but they were just a little short, and LaVille was able to come out with a victory, a revenge victory from last year's, loss to Andrean. So that had to be my game of the week.
Yeah, speaking of that game, Andrew had mentioned that Andrean was lined up for a field goal, but he wants to clarify what he was seeing there.
So what I saw on the screen was a player kind of standing behind Andrean's line of scrimmage, kind of like doing warm-up kicks. So I'm thinking, okay, somehow they got the ball back and are ready to kick a field goal.
Yeah.
And it was fourth down. So I'm going, okay, well, this is interesting now. So yeah, that's what I saw on the screen. So sorry to give the 59ers fans out there a false hope of that.
Well, unfortunately, that was a more wild scenario. And in fairness, I did look at your screen during that time frame, and it did look like, for whatever reason, Andrean was lining up for a field goal. But then again, with 20-minute time breaks, I guess you have to stay loose somehow when it's in the 40s outside.
Absolutely. And, yeah, I mean, I would very much like to be in that referee locker room after that game and hear what was going through their minds as that game was ending and what the reasoning for all the confusion was.
I suspect their crew chief's going to have a few nightmares tonight after this game. So thank you for the clarification there.
No problem.
For me, Wayne, what has caught my eye was New Prairie defeating Hobart. Not the fact that they defeated them, but by how much. I've known that New Prairie is a good program. They were state runner-up this past year in 4A. But you know what? Hobart is a good team, a good program, and they improved from last year to this year. I was expecting a little more fight out of the Brickies.
I was expecting in the start of the game when Hobart scored first and was up 7-0. That gives that bodes well for New Prairie and their resilience.
Sure.
They were able to take that being down 7, come back, and not just squeak by Hobart,
right,
but do a number on Hobart.
Yeah, they took that punch in the mouth and they punched back hard. So yeah, there's been some exciting games this week. I want to brush upon the Kankakee Valley game because that was a close game here. Steve, what are your thoughts about that game?
Go Cougars! No, it's a good win, especially being down early. We were talking kind of before the show. And I suspected, I said, well, Westside's going to come out and they're going to punch KV in the face.
Sure.
They're going too early because of the way that they like to run the ball, and especially how they've been running the ball lately. But I expected KV to respond as the game went on, just because when you look at the strength of schedule, and it's one of the most overrated arguments sometimes in football, but KV has played the more difficult opponents. They've had to play teams that have, pedigrees like Lowell and Andrean. They what's the right way to say this? I just kind of seen this coming, a second half comeback here for KV.
Sure. Yeah, and also we have to keep in mind, Kirk Kennedy really has this team playing good football. They are moving. They haven't been necessarily undefeated the last few weeks, but I will say this much: they are looking good. They are in these games, and Kirk Kennedy is a state-winning coach. He knows what he's doing, and I think he's doing an excellent job at Kankakee Valley because they have a young team. A team that is still growing, still figuring out the Kirk Kennedy way, and I think it's nothing but blue skies ahead for the Kankakee Valley program.
I totally agree with you. I think that his halftime adjustments. I don't know if his assistants brought out a new whiteboard or something like that, but I tell you, the adjustments he makes at the half are good ones.
Oh yeah, that's a sign of a good coach, and it's also a sign of responsive players.
Yes,
a player, you can coach a player all you want, and you'll be able to say this as someone who coached for years. If the players aren't going to listen, what's the point of
that's right
of coaching them? So yeah, definitely a great sign for Kankakee Valley there, and it's very interesting to see how they're going to be going forward.
Steve, if you're there, do you know if KV is a dominant young program, or are they a lot of seniors?
There's not too many seniors. A couple skill position guys are seniors, but for the most part, they're a younger program. When you guys had Coach Kennedy on a couple weeks ago after playing Highland, when he was talking about how the younger guys in the weight room are stepping up and the younger guys in the program are stepping up, like the quarterback Arroyo is a junior, the running back Castro is a junior. They have other support guys on the offensive unit. I don't even think there's a senior. There might be one senior on the line on both sides.
Wow.
So
is Xander a senior or junior?
He's a senior.
Yeah, he's looking to be a D1 ball player next year, so it'll be interesting to see how that turns out. We do have some breaking news here. We've got Ryan Sosnowski. He has a Bowman Academy score. Ryan, what's going on?
All right, I made the long drive from Whiting to South Newton for you guys. So feel free to give me that mileage check.
What do you got?
I heard you say asking for smoke signals or whatever it is. So I looked on Max Prep, and it says here the final is 64-6 South Newton. And
wow.
So I guess whoever said 100-0, I guess wasn't too far off. But I can give you a quick sum up here. Let's see, 1 rushing touchdown, 2 rushing touchdowns, 3, 4. There was a pick 6, another pick 6, rushing touchdown, rushing touchdown, rushing touchdown. For some reason, I think that adds up to over 64. But that's just Max Prep's update.
Yeah, that's how Max Prep rolls.
If you're on Max Prep, Ryan, do you have a West Central Taylor score?
Wait, West Central and who? Taylor. Let's see here.
You're not doing this while you're driving.
Multitasking, boys. No, I just got home.
Oh.
Let's see, West Central football. Is that Francisville, Indiana? Man, did you just pull this name out of a hat?
No, they were in a little 5.
Yeah.
All right, let's see what I can do here. For some reason, it tells me the record 0-0 overall.
That's not the case.
No.
No, 8-2. All right, let's see.
8-2. That means they won.
No. That was the record.
Well, yeah,
So
that's
8-2.
it. If it's 8-2, they won tonight.
So we have an update here. It's 52-27 West Central.
Oh, all
Correct.
right.
That's what I was going to say. But the record, West Central's record is 8-2, and Taylor's is 1-9.
Right. Yes.
Well, thank you, Ryan. We appreciate all the updates. You were going the extra mile for us this week. I greatly appreciate it.
Hey, no problem, gentlemen.
All right. Thank you much. That's Ryan Sosnowski covering another game for us here in Northwest Indiana. We're going to go ahead and take a quick break. This is Game Night presented by Purdue Federal Credit Union on Lakeshore Public Media, 89.1 FM, The Lakeshore.
This is Game Night, live on Lakeshore Public Media, 89.1 FM, streaming online at lakeshorepublicmedia.org, Facebook, and YouTube.
Support for Lakeshore Public Media is brought to you in part by NIPSCO. At NIPSCO, we're transitioning to cleaner, lower-cost energy sources such as wind and solar to build a brighter future in northern Indiana. Learn more at nipsco.com/future. Thinking of going to college? What do you plan to major in? At Ivy Tech Community College, they major in successful careers for you and all of their students. With locations in Michigan City, LaPorte, and Valparaiso, new classes start every few weeks. To get started, visit ivytech.edu. That's ivytech.edu. Ivy Tech students are Indiana's future. Calling all 59ers, Slicers, and Wildcats. Do you have your high school debit card yet? Show your school pride everywhere you go, whether it's Friday night lights or your Monday morning commute. Get yours today at your local Purdue Federal Credit Union branch or learn more at purduefed.com. The Plasterers and Cement Masons Local 692 Apprenticeship Training Program provides a path to a career in a skilled trade. You can earn as you learn to be a plasterer or cement mason through an apprenticeship with Local 692. Learn more at plcm692apprenticeship.org. Sacred Dunes Integrative Health is your comprehensive holistic wellness center specializing in acupuncture, massage therapy, functional lab testing, nutrition, and herbal medicine. Sacred Dunes, where wellness grows. Visit sacredduneshealth.com.
As the saying goes, all politics is local. Nothing is more local than the municipal races across Northwest Indiana during this election season. Join Lakeshore Public Media 89.1 FM on Tuesday, November 7th at 7 p.m. for live local election night coverage. We'll have real-time numbers as well as in-studio analysis, and we'll hear from the winning candidates across Lake, Porter, and LaPorte counties. It's election night coverage Tuesday, November 7th at 7 p.m. here on Lakeshore Public Media 89.1 FM, streaming live on Facebook, YouTube, and your smart speaker. And now, the Plasterers and Cement Masons Local 692 scoreboard update.
Well, what's up, Lakeshore Game Night? Steve Schmidt here, and every single game that we're covering tonight has gone final. So let's see how your favorite team did tonight in the opening week of sectionals. Starting out in the Sacred Dunes Game of the Week, Hobart at New Prairie. New Prairie is a winner tonight, 49-14. They will advance in the sectional 17. The beat for the week was Andrean at LaVille in 2A sectional 33, and LaVille's a winner tonight after some excitement there in the last couple seconds. 25-23, LaVille advances. West Side at Kankakee Valley. Kankakee Valley is a winner, 37-22. Marco Castro for KV with 2 fourth quarter touchdowns to seal that one away. East Chicago Central at Highland. Highland is a winner tonight, 56-6 over the Cardinals. Jason Lawrence and Joshua Hubbard each with 2 touchdowns. Culver Military at Lowell. Culver Military takes the victory tonight, 17-7. Caden Thompson with the lone score for the Red Devils. Boone Grove takes down Twin Lakes tonight, 26-13. Big score late on a touchdown pass from Roland to Noonan in that one to put that one away. Hanover Central improves to 10-0 on the season over Calumet tonight, 48-16. Matt Kuntz and Caden Verrett each with 3 touchdowns tonight. West Lafayette defends home field against River Forest, 42-13. That one is a final. Rensselaer traveled to Griffith tonight and picked up a victory, 42-13. Diego Hernandez-Reyes with 4 scores tonight. Colton Strezzo for the Panthers had 2 touchdown passes in this one. Bremen takes down Bishop Knoll on the road tonight, 42-7. Mitch Daniels the fourth with a scoop and score for the lone score tonight for Bishop Knoll. Whiting shuts out Lake Station at home tonight, 40-0. Nick Davenport 4 touchdowns on the night for the Oilers. South Newton takes down Bowman tonight, 64-6. Thanks to Ryan Sosnowski for that last minute update. Appreciate that. North Judson takes down Pioneer 40-14. Triton over North Newton 71-6. Culver Community takes down South Central 40-15. We'll be back to wrap up Week 10 coverage after this break.
Before they were arrested, Pussy Riot's Nadia Tolokonikva remembers what they sang.
Our last performance before being thrown to jail was Virgin Mary, please become a feminist. Virgin Mary, please get rid of Putin.
Ideas about being a loudmouth. That's next time on the TED Radio Hour from NPR.
Tune in Saturday morning at 10 and Sunday morning at 11 here on Lakeshore Public Media. As you travel across Northwest Indiana and into Chicago, take Lakeshore Public Media 89.1 FM along for the ride. With our newly expanded signal, we're with you from the southern corner of Michigan and into Chicago, and of course across Northwest Indiana. From the dunes at Lake Michigan to the windmills of Wolcott, Lakeshore Public Media 89.1 FM is along for the ride wherever you call home.
On the next Radio Lab.
Category 4 to hit there in nearly a century.
It's massive.
What if the secret to predicting hurricanes
150-mile-per-hour winds ripped apart buildings
lies in trees?
Really gnarly pine trees.
Let's start talking about his tree rings.
And piracy.
I be Blackbeard.
That's on the next Radio Lab.
Tune in Saturday afternoon at 1 and Sunday afternoon at 2 here on Lakeshore Public Media.
As he urges Congress to fund both causes, President Biden is trying to tie a link between the war in Ukraine and the war between Israel and Hamas.
Hamas and Putin represent different threats, but they share this in common. They both want to completely annihilate a neighboring democracy, completely annihilate it.
We'll look at Russian President Vladimir Putin's support for Hamas and what's behind it on All Things Considered from NPR News.
Tune in at 4 o'clock for Weekend All Things Considered here on Lakeshore Public Media.
Hi, I'm Terry.
And I'm Joe. We host the People's Pharmacy, heard live Saturday mornings at 6 here on Lakeshore Public Radio 89.1 FM.
We talk with you about everything from home remedies to breakthrough drugs. Hear from leading experts about drugs, herbs, home remedies, and other health topics.
Join us on the People's Pharmacy Saturday mornings at 6 here on Lakeshore Public Radio 89.1 FM.
I'm Hagar Shamali. This week on Our Body Politic, the Israel-Hamas conflict with Karen Attiah of The Washington Post.
Those strong words like ethnic cleansing, like genocide, this is something, at least for me, watching this conflict for a while and watching sort of language and discourse and what's allowed, this feels new.
That's on Our Body Politic, a show about creating the world we want to live in.
Tune in Saturday morning at 9 and Sunday morning at 10 here on Lakeshore Public Media.
This is Halloween, pumpkins scream in the dead of night.
This is the time of the year that things go bump in the night. The scary and the unexplainable cause such a fright. Join us if you dare for Snap Judgment's Halloween Spooktacular. Host Glenn Washington will bring you true-life supernatural stories told firsthand by people who can barely believe it happened themselves.
Be afraid.
Tune in on All Hallows Eve, beginning at 9 a.m. here on Lakeshore Public Media, 89.1 FM.
Do not miss it.
Now, back to the action here on Game Night.
All right, Ben Kolodzinski back with Wayne Svetanoff. And just so you folks know, we did put a poll out tonight on our Twitter account, which is which way do you like the IHSA football tournament? Would you prefer it to be a blind draw or a seeded draw? And as of right now, I believe that a seeded draw has 60-some-odd% of the votes on this poll. But Coach, what is your opinion on that? Should we be seeded? Should we be blind? What do you think?
Well, I coached at a school that was huge, Lake Central, and there were times where I felt bad for the Calumets because they didn't have as many students and stuff. Not bad enough to give up the sectional, but so that old thing. And again, I'm from the ancient times when dinosaurs were still on this earth. But every school should have a chance, in it. But honestly, when you really start to look at it, is a Whiting going to have the same chance against a Maryville or somebody? That's really that's a stretch.
That is
it can happen.
Sure.
But I don't know. I'm torn with it. I would say the seeding like they do in Illinois might be a good situation.
I think so because it benefits a team that had a successful season. They get to play an easier competition in the first round. That's my opinion. And then we won't have a situation where what we expected to be a good game this week, it ended up not being one, but Hobart and New Prairie, essentially the de facto championship of the sectional in the first round was so very, very interesting circumstance there. But speaking of sectionals, we've got got some interesting sectionals here, and you've done some analysis, and you've looked ahead. And what do you got, Wayne?
Well, let's start with, the big boys come back next week.
The bye week is over.
Yeah, the bye week is over. Sectional 1 has Portage against Lake Central and Lafayette Jeff against Crown Point. And certainly, as we look at that, that's going to be a pretty balanced one, for Crown Point and Lafayette.
Yeah, that's going to be an interesting one. Where's that being played? Is that
That's at Crown Point.
It's at Crown Point. So that's an advantage to Crown Point right there.
And Portage is at Lake Central.
I've said it for years, that long drive down I-65, your knees get tight, your muscles get kind of screwy. It's not a good thing to be driving that long. So I think that's an advantage for Crown Point.
And in Sectional 9, Munster has to travel to Merrillville next week. And then this one is a good one. Hammond Morton has to go to Hammond Central.
The battle for Hammond.
Yes, and Morton defeated Hammond Central by a lot.
Yeah, significantly.
During the season.
Right.
That's going to be a tough game.
Yeah, I think it'll be a fun one.
Sectional 10, Michigan City goes to LaPorte.
Right.
And another big rivalry, and Valparaiso goes to Chesterton.
Rivalry right there. Both of those.
There.
Yeah, that's both of those games are going to be sneaky good.
Yes.
So LaPorte is starting to get up some momentum behind them. They've struggled all year, but they're improving as weeks go on. But also, Valpo and Chesterton, there is no love lost there.
No.
And even though Valpo is one of the better teams here in Northwest Indiana, number 3 on your rankings for the top 10, Chesterton has the talent to be able to bite them.
Yes. It's going to be a good rivalry. For Sectional 17, we've got New Prairie, a winner tonight against Kankakee Valley at Kankakee Valley.
Right.
So, that'll be a nice one. And then Highland and Culver Military Academy will play in that sectional.
Yeah, there'll be some fun action there. I'm going to keep my eye on that New Prairie Kankakee Valley game for sure.
Right. In sectional 25, you've got Boone Grove and Hanover Central. That's going to be a good one next week.
I suspect a lot of points are going to be scored in that game.
Oh, yeah. And West Lafayette then plays at Rensselaer, I believe.
Oh, that'll be another good game there.
That'll be a good game. Let's see. We have sectional 33. We have Bremen playing Wheeler. Now, Wheeler had to bye.
Right.
Okay. They got to scout Bremen, but Bremen looks awfully
They look
tough.
good.
They really do.
So would you? It's my opinion. I would rather not have that bye and be able to stay loosened up and ready to play. Sometimes when you have that week off, you get a little rusty, and that's not a good thing in football.
That's right. Now, LaVille goes to Whiting. They get to take the train all the way there.
There you go.
And then I think that's the only ones that we. Oh no! Wait a minute. I'm sorry. Sectional 41. You have South Newton going to North Judson.
Right.
Okay. And Triton going to Culver. So those are the sectional pairings, and we'll try to get them all, or at least many of them.
We'll try as best as we can, right?
Right.
So Steve Schmidt and I were talking before the show goes on, and it's crazy to think that a quarter of the teams in Indiana are done with their season as of tonight.
That's right. They're all getting ready for baseball.
Or basketball or wrestling or whatever they do in the winter sports. So it's definitely a very interesting circumstance here. And we're really excited about how the rest of this is going to go. There's some interesting matchups next week. And we're going to see, Andrean losing is not beneficial for Northwest Indiana region teams. And neither is Hobart losing. Those are two teams that I thought could do some damage here in Northwest Indiana at the beginning of the season. But we're going to go ahead. We're going to do some surprises here. So what our surprises are here for tonight. Let's start with Andrew. Andrew, what are your surprises for tonight?
I'm going to go with probably... This is tough tonight. Come back to me, actually.
All right, we'll come back to Andrew. Let's go to Steve. Steve, what's your surprise tonight?
My surprise of the night is Culver Military coming to the Inferno and defeating Lowell tonight 17-7. It's no surprise. It's no thing this year that Lowell's, no secret, that's the word I was looking for. No secret that Lowell's kind of down this year, numbers-wise, and trying to rebuild a little bit from what they've had in years past. But Culver Military's also been down this year. So this was kind of going to be a team, or a battle between the team that made the less mistakes, possibly.
Sure.
And Culver Military was able just to squeak out a win here in advance.
All right, we're going back to Andrew. Andrew, what's your surprise of the night?
I'm going to go with that Andrean LaVille game. I mean, how close it was, and then the confusion at the end. But, you know, seeing Andrean shoot themselves in the foot multiple times, especially on the roughing the kicker, just a little uncharacteristic for the 59ers. So, yeah, I'm going to go with them being the surprise of the night for me.
All right, Wayne, what's your surprise of the night?
It has to be the dominance of New Prairie over Hobart.
Yeah.
I mean, I thought this was going to be really a squeaker. I was picking New Prairie only because they were at home.
Sure.
And I thought it was maybe 1 point, differential. But New Prairie is going downstate this year.
Well, potentially. They will run into Northwoods, which has, I believe, 2 players that are committed to Ohio State. So, so there's an awful lot of talent that they'll run into at the regional and semi-state level. But you know, they're obviously a talented team, and once they're just because they have a couple good players on this other team does not mean that they're out of the game for sure. My surprise of the night is Boone Grove. I expected them to put up a good fight today, but what little I knew about Twin Lakes, I was led to believe that they were kind of a powerful team that kind of their record didn't show how good of a team they were, but Boone Grove ended up taking care of business, and they did it with their defense.
Yes.
Their bend in, not break defense. We've heard all about their Roland and the offense, leading them to wins this year. Their defense came up big, and that was a surprise to me. Well, all right, folks, we're coming down to the end here. I want to end tonight with some quick thank yous. I want to thank our correspondents, Russell Broadhacker, Jason Hill, Joe Arredondo, Al Rodriguez, Tim Hogan, Gary Graben, Gary Schultz, and Ryan Sosnowski. Our TV crew tonight is Joseph Bermudez and Leela Castro. I want to also thank our radio crew, Will Farlow, Andrew Johnston, Steve Schmidt, Tom Maloney, and Wayne Svetanoff. My name is Ben Kolodzinski. This is Game Night, presented by Purdue Federal Credit Union on Lakeshore Public Media, 89.1 FM, The Lakeshore.
This is Game Night, live on Lakeshore Public Media, 89.1 FM, streaming online at lakeshorepublicmedia.org, Facebook, and YouTube.
Sacred Dunes Integrative Health is your comprehensive holistic wellness center specializing in acupuncture, massage therapy, functional lab testing, nutrition, and herbal medicine. Sacred Dunes, where wellness grows. Visit sacredduneshealth.com. The Plasterers and Cement Masons Local 692 Apprenticeship Training Program provides a path to a career in a skilled trade. You can earn as you learn to be a plasterer or cement mason through an apprenticeship with Local 692. Learn more at plcm692apprenticeship.org. Sacred Dunes Integrative Health is your comprehensive holistic wellness center specializing in acupuncture, massage therapy, functional lab testing, nutrition, and herbal medicine. Sacred Dunes, where wellness grows. Visit sacredduneshealth.com. Support for Lakeshore Public Media is brought to you in part by NIPSCO. At NIPSCO, we're transitioning to cleaner, lower-cost energy sources such as wind and solar to build a brighter future in northern Indiana. Learn more at nipsco.com/future. Thinking of going to college? What do you plan to major in? At Ivy Tech Community College, they major in successful careers for you and all of their students. With locations in Michigan City, LaPorte, and Valparaiso, new classes start every few weeks. To get started, visit ivytech.edu. That's ivytech.edu. Ivy Tech students are Indiana's future.
This is Lakeshore Public Media, 89.1 FM, WLPR FM Lowell. Your home for local news, traffic, weather, sports, and more. Streaming online at lakeshorepublicmedia.org.
And now, the Plasterers and Cement Masons Local 692 scoreboard update.
Well, what's up, Lakeshore Game Night? Steve Schmidt here one final time for Week 10 of the high school football season. Let's see what your team did around the region tonight. Starting out with the Sacred Dunes game of the week, New Prairie defeats Hobart tonight 49-14. LaVille takes down Andrean at home 25-23. Kankakee Valley holds home field tonight against the Westside Cougars 37-22. Highland defeats East Chicago Central at home tonight 56-6. Culver Military goes to the Inferno tonight and takes down the Red Devils 17-7. Boone Grove takes down Twin Lakes 26-13. Hanover Central over Calumet 48-16. West Lafayette takes down River Forest 42-13. Rensselaer over Griffith 42-13 also. Bremen takes down Bishop Knoll 42-7. Whiting pitches a shutout tonight 40-0 over Lake Station. South Newton takes down Bowman Academy 64-6. North Judson downs Pioneer at home 40-14. Triton goes on the road tonight to North Newton, defeats them 71-6. And Culver Community takes down South Central 40-15. Well, next week it's going to be the sectional semifinal round. We'll talk to you then. I'm Steve Schmidt, and Mr. Jack is next here on 89.1.